In this calm, step-by-step tutorial, I will guide you through the entire process of building your very own webshop you can see in the background. I will also provide you with a free PDF checklist so you can tick a box once completed and use the play icon to jump straight to that specific point in the video, so you can always pick up where you left. And if you get stuck, don't worry, ask it in the comments and I will always reply. We are going to create this beautiful homepage, the shop page with filters, the individual products with even variations, a beautiful cart, and also a very nice one-page checkout using the payment provider Stripe. We are also going to create a About Us page, a contact page, and a customer account page which is personalized for every customer. I also will guide you through the process of getting a domain name and cheap but powerful and stable hosting. I will also show you how to get the most used page builder in the world, Elementor Pro. Total cost of building this entire webshop contains only of two things: hosting and Elementor Pro. We will not be buying any other plugins or add-ons for this webshop, so you can actually make money before breaking the bank. We will also use the full power of Elementor with the theme builder, global colors and global fonts. This way you can change your entire website later on to match your own branding in the future. Of course, we will also be optimizing it for mobile devices. To get the free PDF checklist and all the images we're going to need to build our website, we go to wpressdoctor.com/e-commerce. Over there, it's also in the comment section below, so feel free to click on that one. On my website, you just fill in your best name over there, fill in your email address, confirm your email address again because it will be sent out through your mail, and press send me the free assets. Thank you very much, you have received an email with the download link. Well done, now log into your email. In your email, you can find now this mail from me. Inside of it, you will see it's time to get started. Follow this link to get all the assets and to get started. If you click on this link, your browser will open and download a zip file. In the zip file, you will find the checklist PDF. If you open that one, so we are at phase 1 preparation. It's time to get hosting and a domain name. If you already have hosting and a domain name, just check this box and click on this button, Install WordPress, and we will go to the next step. If you don't have hosting and a domain name, you're at the right place. We're going to get a very good deal. Click on this link over there. Then we are at the hosting company Hostinger. If you want to change your language, you can go over there, click on this button and change it to the language you want to have. Now, Hostinger is a hosting company where you can buy domain names, but also they offer really good hosting with excellent support for a very, very low price. We're going to press on Claim Deal over here. And then we can choose what kind of plan we want to have for our WordPress website. Well, if you're going to create a real business website with an e-commerce solution, I would go with the business or even the cloud startup. But for the website we're going to build right now, we only need the premium plan. If we scroll down, we can see what we can do. You can actually get 100 websites within this plan. If you want to build more websites, no problem at all. We have a standard performance, which is good enough for us, enough storage, weekly backups, email, unlimited SSL, bandwidth, and a free domain. Now, this is all we need for our website we're going to build. So we're going to press Add to Cart. The longer you take a hosting plan, the bigger the discount will be. If we go, for example, for 48 months, this is 4 years, you get 3 months free and you only pay $3 a month. That's really low. It's only 1 cup of Starbucks coffee every single month, or 1 cheeseburger less per month. If you compare it with my own hosting company, I sell clients for 25 euros a month for 1 website. So I think this is a really good deal for the quality and the service you get from Hostinger. Then we're going to scroll all the way down. We're going to create our account. We're going to fill in an email address and a really strong password. And then we're going to scroll down and select the payment methods we want to use. We can pay with credit card, with PayPal, depending on the country you're in, all kind of different ways to be paid. Then we're gonna fill in all these details over there. And remember, you get a plan discount of 75%. That's $432. That's a lot. Then fill in your credit card details and press on Submit Secure Payment. Once we have paid, we will be redirected to the Hostinger control panel. Just wait a second before it gets launched. We're gonna press on Start Now. And then we're going to click on this button, Skip Create an Empty Website. Then we're going to get our free domain name. Click over there. If you already have a domain name, you registered it somewhere else, no problem. Click on Use an existing domain name and fill it in over there. And press Continue. For now, we're going to create a free one. Click over there. Enter in your domain name over there and select your extension, like .com, .online, whatever you want. I'm going with .com and press Search. Then it says the domain is still available. Let's press Continue. Then your domain will be registered to this name. If this is not okay, press on Edit and change it over there. If this is okay, just press on Finish Registration. Now Hostinger will register our domain name. Now this is a very important step, your server location. If your target audience is in North America, the USA, we don't have to change it. So if your target audience of your website is going to be in America, then choose this server, is great. But if you are from somewhere else in the world, like South America, choose this one. If you're in Europe, choose the United Kingdom server or maybe the France server. This is very important. You cannot change this later on. So make sure this is closest to your target audience. If your target audience is all around the world, then just choose the one closest to you. I'm going with the North America server and I press Change. Then we press Finish Setup. Now Hostinger is going to set everything up. And after that, we're good to go. All right, well done. You are ready. Now we go back to our checklist and we're going to check out this box. Get hosting and a domain name. Excellent job. Well done. We are at the next step, install WordPress. Go back to Hostinger. Then we click over here to go to Manage Site. Welcome to your Hostinger dashboard. In here we can change anything we want in regards to our website. Before we go and install WordPress, we need to have our own email address. Don't worry, it's completely free. We go over here, free email, and we press on Setup. Then you can also upgrade your email, but in our case, I think 1 GB of storage will be more than enough. So we click on Select, and then we're going to add in our own name. I would suggest you use your first name. For example, matt@mortgagedivi.com. Or maybe you just want to have info at... I would not advise you to do so as they get caught in spam a lot of times. Just use your first name, matt@mortgagedivi.com. Then you can add in a really strong password. And then over here, we're gonna add in a email address that's already yours, like your Gmail address or I don't know, something else, but not this one, to get your password recovered once it's necessary. Fill in an email address and press Create New Account. Well done, it has been successfully created. What I suggest you do is you copy your email address, make sure to save your password in the password safe and save this address also, because the webmail is very useful, and if you want to have the app, click on this button to download it to your mobile device. After that, we press on Done. Now when we have our own email address, we can install WordPress using this email address. Go to Websites over there, click on Manage, and then we go on the left side over here to Website, click on this one, and then we go to WordPress over there. We don't have any WordPress installed right now, so we click on Install WordPress over there. Click on it. And we're gonna fill in our website title. Use your brand name or the name of your website. In our case, I'm gonna create Mortgage 2024. Then for the administrator email, use your email address we've just created within Hostinger. Why? All WordPress emails will go through this email, and it's a good practice to keep your private emails from your business emails separated. Then fill in your username. In my case, I'm just gonna call myself Matt. Now we need to create a really strong password. This password is different than your email password because this is the password which you will use to log into your WordPress website. Make sure it's very strong and save it inside of your password manager. And then we press on Next. Now, the only thing we need to change here is your language of your WordPress installation. Now remember, you have to choose the language of your website of your target audience, not your own language. And don't worry, you can always change the interface language of WordPress to your native language. But this has to be your target audience language. Then we press install. Now Hostinger will install WordPress for us on our new domain. Excellent. Now, we don't want the power of AI generated content, so we're gonna press skip not now. Go to your checklist and check this next box. Install WordPress. You have done it. Excellent job. The next step is to get Elementor Pro. So we click on this link. And then we are at the website of Elementor Pro. In here we can choose different kind of plans. The biggest difference between the first two plans is of course how many websites this licenses for, but also we need the e-commerce features as we are going to build a web shop. So basically we need the advanced version for professional and e-commerce websites. Within this price we get 82 Pro widgets instead of 50. And don't worry, they have a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you build this entire webshop following my tutorial and for whatever reason you don't like it, just create a ticket and you'll get your refund of Elementor Pro within 30 days. Click on Buy Now. And you can log in with Google, Facebook, Apple, or just continue with your email. I'm gonna do this one. Fill in your best email address and create a very strong password. And then we're gonna press on Create My Account. And then we're gonna fill in all our details over here. And then we press on Continue. You can choose to pay with credit card, fill this all in, press on Pay Now, or choose to pay with PayPal. And then we press on this PayPal button over here. And once we have paid, we see this. Thank you for your purchase, Matt. We sent an email with the next steps to your email address. Well done. Your order is complete. Show my receipt or download Elementor Pro. Let's press on this button. And Elementor Pro starts downloading now. Really great. And then we go back to our newly created website. And then we see the standard WordPress installation. We can log into our web shop to go into here and type in WP admin like this and press enter. Then we are here and we can log in with our details. And then we are here, welcome to WordPress. Now we are going to dismiss this message over here and then we can see our dashboard. Very first thing we are going to do is clean up your dashboard just a little bit. Go into screen options over here and you can just uncheck the WordPress events and news, but also the activity in here. Here we are, this looks way cleaner. And when we are installing our e-commerce system, you will see that this dashboard can play an important role in seeing all your orders. We're gonna close this one. Now, before we can start building our website, we need to install Elementor. So we go to Plugins, Installed Plugins. We can see that we have one plugin from Hostinger. We're going to deactivate this one. Then we're going to delete this. So press on Delete and press on OK. Then we're going to add new plugin over here. Then we're going to click on popular in here. And you can see the first one, the most popular plugin of all times is Elementor. We're going to press on install now because the Elementor Pro is an extension of the Elementor plugin. We need them both. And after installation, don't click on activate yet. We're going to press on upload plugin in here. Then you click on Browse and we select the downloaded Pro plugin from our computer. And then we click on Install Now. Now this plugin we are going to activate, so press Activate Plugin. And then we press on Activate Now. Here we are. Now we have Elementor and Elementor Pro both activated. Next step is to press on Connect and Activate. If we are still logged in with Elementor, this is what we see to connect your website with your user account. If this is all good, we're gonna press Activate My License. And then we are here, all is great. The next step is we go to Appearance and we go to Themes. But we don't want these themes, we want to use a theme from Elementor itself. So we press on Add New Theme. And we see over here that the first theme is Hello from Elementor. Press Install. And then we press on Activate. Now it's time to clean this up a little bit. So we go to here, click on Theme Details, and we're going to delete this theme. Press OK. Also with 2023, click on it and press Delete. Press OK. And also with this one, delete. Now we only have this theme, which is excellent. Now go back to your checklist and check off this box, Get Elementor Pro. Well done! And now the fun begins. We're going to start with phase 2, building our WordPress webshop. To build our header and footer, we go to Templates in here and we go to the Theme Builder. Click on this one. The Theme Builder is a very powerful feature of Elementor in which we can build templates to be used on every kind of page that we will assign them to. In this case, we want to build a header first, so we click on the plus icon over here. Then we can use different kind of templates, but what we want to do is create it entirely ourselves. So we have the complete freedom, and we will also learn how to work with Elementor Pro using this tutorial. So we're going to press on this cross icon, and there we are at the Elementor page builder. Welcome. You can see on the left side first all the elements or widgets as they call them, so you can drag and drop them inside of your website. We're going to talk about a lot of them, not all 82 of them, but we're going to cover a lot of them so you know how to work with it. But before we're going to do that, we're going to set up our website using global colors and global fonts. Why is that important? Well, if you later decide to change the fonts or change the colors, because now you have your logo with your styles, you can easily change them and all the colors will change throughout the entire website. Very, very useful. How to do that? We go into here to the settings and we go to the site settings. And then the first one is global colors. Click on this. And then we can see all these beautiful colors and the global fonts created by Elementor itself. This is standard, we are going to change them. If you open up the file, you can see all kind of colors we are going to use inside of our website. So let's change them. The primary, we're going to click on this one, and then we're going to copy it from our PDF, this number, to change the primary color to this dark blue. Great, then we go to secondary, click on it, and we're going to use this color. Excellent, then go to text over here. We're going to change it to this color. Beautiful. Then we go to accent and we're going to change it to this one. Beautiful. Then we click over here to add color. Click on it. We're going to add in a new one. The first item will be gray and the color will be this one. Beautiful. We're going to add in another color. It's called light blue. Paste in the color code over there. Gonna add in another one. Light brown is this name. Copy the color, paste it in over there. Add in another color. It's light green. We're gonna paste in the color code in there. Gonna add another color. Light pink. Oh, we're gonna use so many beautiful colors on our website. It's great. And press the plus icon again to copy the last one, which is orange. Here we go. Now this looks like a beautiful color palette we're going to use building our website. Then we scroll a little bit down and we come to the global fonts. In here we have some system fonts we're going to be using throughout building our entire website. So we click on the primary one, and the only thing we're going to change in here is we go to the size. We're going to put it on rem. And we're going to put it to 1 rem. Why using rem and not pixels or em? Well, rem is actually perfect for scaling between screens. So for responsive design, this is perfect. Then we go to the secondary, click on it. We're going to change the family to Sora in here. And we're going to change the side to 1 rem also. Then go to text, click on it. We're going to change it to Sora also in here. And we're going to change it also to 1 rem. And then we have the accent. We're going to change it to Sora. And then the sizing should be 0.7 rem, like this. Perfect. Then we're going to press on this update button over here. And now all our styles has been saved. The colors and the fonts. Now we can start building our website. So press on this icon over here to go back. And then we press on this cross icon in here. Perfect. Then we're going to build our header. Before we start building our web shop, you need to know that all these widgets or elements are placed inside containers. So you can drag and drop this container in here, or if you just place a widget in here, it will create automatically a container. And then we have this, well, it's like a box where you can put widgets inside of it. The first thing you can see is that we have a layout from the container. Now, what do we want to do is we want to change the width to 1200 pixels. That is the size of our container. That should be great. Now we go to style over there, and we're going to change the background of this entire container. Click on classic. You can change the background to colors, gradient, videos, slideshows, whatever you want. In this case, we're going to use the classic background. We're going to click on the default color. And then when you have the global colors, we're going to change it to our primary color. There it is. Beautiful. Then we go over here to the elements, and we're going to drag and drop the text editor inside of our container. Let it go. Here we are. Then we're going to change this text, and the text will be free shipping over $100 and free returns. Then we go over here to style, and we're going to change the text color. Click on this one to our accent color. Here we go. Then you go over to typography, click on this one, and we're going to change it to the accent. Then we go to the modules again, and we're going to add in another module, but this time it's going to be an icon. So drag and drop this icon underneath the free shipping. Then we go to style, and we're going to give it the primary color of our accent color. The size should be something like 15 pixels. We're going to change this later on. Now, if you want to change the icon itself, you go to content and click on this icon. Elementor has a lot of icons, and with a lot, I mean thousands of them. So how do you know which one you actually want? Well, just type in this filter. You can type in, for example, phone. And then we can see all these phones that I want to use on my website. So I'm going to go with this one and press insert. There we are. Great. Then we go back to our modules. Now I want my phone number also to appear next to the icon. How to do that? You just hover over this one. You can right click on it and press duplicate, or you Ctrl D. And then we're going to change this to our phone number. And then what I want to achieve is I want the phone number and the icon on the far right side of my container. How to do that? Well, now it's getting really fun. The first thing we do is we're going to drag and drop this below the phone icon over there. And then we go into this one, the edit container options. Click on it. Then you go to layout. In here, we have some really powerful options. We go to direction over here, and here you can change the column to a horizontal row, like this. That's great. Now, what do we do to put in a space between them? You can use the justify content, for example, the space between. So now it's equally divided in the space that we have been given it, 1200 pixels. But that's not what we want. We want to have the icon next to the phone number. How to do that? You click on this one with the pencil icon. You go to advanced, and we go over here to size. We're going to make it grow over there. Here we go. Now we have changed this module to let it grow in all the size it needs to put these two on the right side as far as it goes. This works perfectly. So I can see that the container is still a little bit too big. As you can see, all the text and the icons, they are more closer to the top than the bottom. Then we go to advanced, we go to unlink the padding, and you quickly can see that everything moves. Then we're going to add in some top padding of 10 pixels. Now that's the way we should do it. Then we can see that this icon doesn't want to go up again. So we press on it. And we go change the align self and align it to the start. Here we go. Then we're going to add in another container. We go over there, we go to container. We're gonna add it below this one. So just drop it in here. Also, what do we want? We go to style, and we're gonna change the background. We're gonna use our primary color. And then what we want in here is a logo. So we go to the modules, and we're gonna use the site logo. Just drop it in over there. To upload our site logo, we press on this plus icon over there, and we're gonna press select files. In your folder with a checklist, you also see a folder called logo. Then we go to upload the Digitech logo white. Make sure to cut this one and paste it in over there and press select. Then while we're at it, let's also add in the site favicon. Press on upload files and use the Digitech favicon. Also cut this and paste it in over there. Very important for SEO. And then we press on select. Then we press update. Press back to editor. And then we can see that our logo has just been added in over there. Of course, it is way too big, so we're going to change it. Click on it. Then we go to style and we go to the width and we're going to change it to 25% right there. Then we go to alignment and we're going to align it on the left side. But then you can see that it's not aligned perfectly the same because of the size of this container. So we go over here, then we go to layout and we're going to change the width of this container to 1200 over there. Now we don't want to change that every single time with every container we add. To do that, we go over here, we go to site settings again, and then we go to layout in here, and then we can change the default content width to 1200 pixels. It's that simple. Then we press update. Great, hit that cross icon, and then we can continue editing our website. And the first thing we're going to add is a search bar over there, a really big one. So we go to here and we type in search form. Put it in over there. Here we go. And then over here, we're going to change the placeholder to search product here. And then we go over here to style. Then we're going to change the text color. Click on this one. We're going to use the primary color. Beautiful. Then we go to the button in here. Then we're going to change the background color over there to our orange. So we scroll all the way down. We pick on orange. And then I want the button color to be our primary color. There we go. Really nice and popping. Then we go to advanced. Then I want to make it a little less big. So we go to custom over there. We're going to change the width to, for example, 50%. And then we go back to content. And we're going to change the size to like this, 25 pixels. But now the text is just a little bit too big. So go to style, typography. We're going to change this to rem 0.7. Then I think we're going to change the size a little bit later on, but hold on, we're going to do that later on. First, we're going to add in even more of modules. Then we're going to add in a new widget called the icon box. Drag and drop it in here. Then we're going to change this icon and we're going to change it to these arrows. This one. Press insert. And then we're going to change the title to compare. Then we type this one, products. Now what's going to happen here? First, we're going to delete the description. And then we go to style because we can't see what we're doing over here. We go to the icon. I'm going to change the primary color to our accent color. And also the content. And we go to the title. The color should be our accent also. Now you can see that when I use this BR, which stands for break in HTML, it makes sure that the words go to a new line, a line break. So we're going to keep that in there. Then we go to style and we go to icon position, change it to the left side. Then what I want to do is I go to the content and make the typography a little bit less intense because I think it's very big. So I'm going to change it to text. Then we're going to duplicate this module. Hover your mouse over it and press Ctrl D on your keyboard. And then we change this one. We can change the content to favorite wishlist. And then we're going to change the icon to a heart. Like this and press insert. And then we're going to add in another one. So hover over it and press Ctrl D on your keyboard. We're going to change the icon to a user. Here we go, and we want this one. Press insert. Then we're going to change the text to login and also my account. We're going to make later on, we're going to make this real buttons, but for now we're going to change it to this. And then I also want to add in a cart module in there for the shopping experience. But as you can see right now, when I type in cart, it's not yet available because we haven't installed WooCommerce yet. We're going to do that in just a second. What we're now going to do is go over here in the container options, and we're going to change the direction to make it a row, horizontal, like this. And then you can see that it looks pretty amazing, but there's still something wrong with this. The first thing is that we see that we made a mistake with the logo. So we're going to click on it. And you can see this, the width, we put it on 25%. This is not the right place to do this. So we're going to put this on 100. We go to advanced. And then in the custom width, we're going to change it. Here we go. We're going to change this to 10%. This looks way better. Then we can see that we have more space for everything. So then we go to the buttons over there. They are very big. So I'm going to edit them, go to the icon, and we're going to make it a little bit of size of 30. And I also go to the content, go to the typography of the title, click on it, and we're going to make the size, go to rem, then we put it on rem, and we put it on 0.7, that's great. And we're also going to add in some line height to make it bigger, and then that's great. But then the icon, I want it to be lined out with the text. We go to style, we go to vertical alignment in the middle. Then we go to the title, typography. 0.7 is actually great, but we're going to make it lighter. We're going to make it extra light over there. Now, if we want to put these styles on the other one, you just right click on this one. We're going to press on copy, and we're going to right click on this one, and we're going to press paste styles over there. Also on this one, right click, paste styles. Here we go. Really useful, really easy to do so. Then the only thing we need over here is some more spacing to put these on the right side, this one in the center, and a little bit more spacing on the logo. So how do we do that? First, we're going to enter the search bar, and we go to make the custom width just a little bit smaller to 40%. Then we go to the container, and we're going to justify the content with space between. So now they are all justified the way it should be, but I want this one to have more space between this one. We go to advanced, and we're going to make the custom width just a little bit bigger, as you can see over here, to make it 15%. Then we go back to style. We're going to change the width, and remember, I'm going to change this one to 70%. Now we have more spacing in this entire header. Now, if we now take a look at our header, it looks beautiful already. Now, there's one thing that's a little bit off. You can see the logo and the search bar is not in the same center as all these other elements. So we just go into the container options and go into here, align items in the center. Beautiful. There's another thing I want to do. There is no visual border between them. We go to this container in here, we go to style, and we go to border. And we're going to change the border type to solid. Then the border width should be unlinked. On the top should be 2 pixels. Then the color should be our secondary color. And if you now close this, then you can see this beautiful border in our header. We're almost done with our header. We're actually learning quite a lot how to use the containers, the elements. So this is all pretty good. And then we're going to add in our menu. So we go to the elements. We're going to add in another container. Just drag and drop it over here. We're going to change the style of this container. Then the color of the background will be our secondary color, like this. Okay. Then we go to our elements, and we're going to put in over there a WordPress menu. Drag and drop it in there. Here we are. There are no menus in your site yet. Go to menu screen to create one. We'll do that later on. We're just going to leave it like this, but now you know the menu is in there somewhere. Well, just hold on. It's going to be great. Then we're also going to add in an icon. Go over there. Type in icon. We're going to drag and drop it over here. And the icon, go to style, change the color to the accent color. We go to the content, we change the icon, and we're going to look for the icon called TH. Here we go. Click on this one and press insert. Here we are. Then again, we go into the container and we go to layout, and we're going to make a horizontal layout. And then we're going to drag and drop this to there. Here we are. Now we need to fine tune this icon and this menu later on while we are creating the menu. So for now, we're just going to leave it like this is. Then we can press this button over here, publish. And then Elementor will automatically add us where do you want to display your template. So we're gonna press add condition. And with this, you can say where you want this header to be included on the entire site, archives, singular, or if you have pages later on, you can see all unique pages and you can show it only on one page. Very powerful system. We're going to include it on the entire website and press save and close. Our site part is live now. Excellent job, we have created the header. Now we're going to create the footer. So we go over here and we go to Theme Builder. Then we can see we have created the Elementor header and you have a number behind it. This number is created for the amount of times it has been autosaved. We click on this one over there. And now we can click on this icon and we're going to press on rename. And we're going to rename it to header. Press change. Now we know we have one header and it's on the entire website and that is great. Then we go to footer over here and press on this plus icon. Click on it. And then again, all kind of footers you can choose from. We're gonna build it ourselves. So we're gonna press on this cross icon. And here we are. We can see our beautiful header. You can also change it. And now we are working on the footer. Now the footer is actually very easy. Just drag and drop a container in there. And we're gonna edit the container. We go to style. We go to the background type. We're gonna make it classic. We're going to choose our primary color. Then we go to the elements. If we now go into our element, we just right click on it and press paste. Because I've already copied the entire module from my header, it was still on my clipboard. Then we're going to change the icon library. And then we're going to choose the envelope icon over here. Let's choose this one. Press insert. Now we're going to change the title to sign up for the newsletter and receive discounts. Then we go to style, we go to content, and we're going to change this title in the typography of our primary font. But I just want this semi-bold to go to medium or even normal. That's better. Before we can go and add in a sign-up box for our newsletter, we need to go to, just copy this WP admin, drag it to a new tab over there, go to your dashboard. Then we go to Elementor and we go to settings. In the settings, we go to integrations over there. And we scroll down and you can see Google Maps, Facebook, reCAPTCHA and MailChimp. Now, if you don't have MailChimp yet, there's a lot of tutorials online how to set up your first MailChimp account. I also have a few tutorials on that. If you want to know where you get your API key, just log in with MailChimp. On the dashboard of MailChimp, you go to your own icon over there and you go to Profile. Then we go to Extras and we go to API keys. In the API keys, you can scroll down and you can create a key. And you can just press on create a key. Click on it. And then we're going to name our API key Elementor integration like this and press generate key. Then we're going to copy this to clipboard. And then on our WordPress website, we paste it in over there and press validate API key. If you get the green check mark, all is good. We go back to our footer and we press publish. Where do you want to display your template? Add condition entire site, save and close, because we need to reload it. Then we go over here and reload this entire page. Here we go. And then we're going to click on the footer. Then we're going to search for the widget form, drag and drop it into there. Then we go into the actions after submit over there. We're going to delete this one. I'm going to type in MailChimp. Add actions that will be performed after visitor submits the form. And you go to MailChimp actions. Then we've already done this, but let's use custom. Enter in your API key again. Select your audience, but we can add in a tag called footer sign up. Here you can choose if you want to double opt-in, so people get an email once they have signed up. And then we're going to map the fields. So we want the email field over there, and we want the first name to go with name. There we go. All right, scroll all the way up. Then we go to form fields in here. We're going to change the forename to email newsletter. we're going to delete the message. We don't want that. Then we have the name and email. That's great. We're going to change the input size to extra small, and we don't want a label. Then we go to buttons. The button in here is very small. The size should be extra small. Then the submit button should not be sent, but subscribe. Then we go to style. We want to make the form. Then we go to field over there. We're going to change the text color to our global primary color. The typography, we're going to change to accent. So that's a way smaller one. Then we go to the buttons. We're going to change the background color. Click on it and use the primary. Then we need the text color to be our accent color. And then we go up here, the border type, to get a solid border. We want the border to be 1 pixel on the button only. As you can see, that's beautiful. All right, now it's time to put them next to each other. So we go into the container and we're going to make it a horizontal row like this. But what I actually want is just this name and email in one field. So I'm going to edit this form again. We go to content and we go to the name field in here. Click on it. And then you can see the column width. We can change this to 33%. Also on email, go to there and change it to 33%. And then we also go to button in here. And we're going to change the column width to 33% also. Now you can see that we have the name, email, and subscribe button all next to each other. Well, this looks way better. However, it's a little bit small now. So we go to size and we want to grow it just a little bit like this. But we also want this one to have a little bit more spacing between them. So we go into the container. Then we go to gaps in here. We're going to change the column. We're going to add in just some more spacing in here to put it on 125 pixels. Press update. And then we have a beautiful sign up for the newsletter row in there. First, we're going to drag and drop this container inside our space over here. Let it go. And then we go over here and we're going to add in the heading element. Drop it in there. We're going to type in customer care. And the HTML tag should be an H4. We go over here and we're going to add in text editor just below the customer care. And here we're going to create a bunch of links for your customer care information that's very important for your customers before they decide to buy products from your website. In our case, we're going to create pages about all these things: delivery and installation, paying, return, exchange, warranty, repairs, insurance, ordering, status of my order. Well, all these kind of things that you want to have addressed before they actually call the customer care. And let's style this a little bit. We go to style, then we go to the text color, and we're going to change it to the accent here. Then also with the title, click on it, and we go to style. I'm going to change the text color to our accent color. Then we go into our container in there. Then we're going to change the background color. So we go to style, and we go to classic, and then we're going to add in the global color secondary like this. I want to have more columns, 1, 2, 3, 4 columns, because we need a lot of information, and we're also going to create another bar over there. So we're going to create some real cool stuff. First, we see that this text is way too big than the customer care title. So we're going to click on the customer care title. We go to typography, I'm going to change it to size, change it to rem. And then we're going to change it to rem. This is great. Now what I want to have is 4 columns and maybe even 5 with these things above each other. But if I now go and duplicate this one, let me show you what happens. Also this one. And then we're going to select the container and we're going to change the direction to a row. This is what you get. Now you have 4 columns, but not this one is not above this one. How are we going to do that? Well, just go into here and drag and drop a new container like this. Now we have another container inside of it, and you can see immediately what's going on. Now we have 1 column and 4 columns over there. Now let's drag and drop this one into this container and also this one below it. And here we go. And maybe you've guessed what we're going to do right now. We're just going to copy this entire container. So right click on it and press duplicate. Here we go. Now we can delete this one, these two, up, delete it, and delete it, because now we have 2 containers inside of another container. This is very useful. You can create anything you want with dragging unlimited containers inside of the containers. Very useful. So let's change this one. For this, we're going to type in business, and text will be something like this: corporate ordering, gift cards, Christmas gifts, corporate stores, home office, bring your own device, gift shop, and the affiliate program. Okay, let's create another one. Just duplicate this entire section. Here we go. Now we have 3 columns. And the last one will be about Digitech. And the content will be, in this case, about us, product range, company website, news, gift vouchers, working, development jobs, and the app, and our privacy policy. Excellent. Then we're going to create a last one. So duplicate it. And here we're going to show Stay Digi. And we're going to change this one to subscribe to our newsletter for the latest Digitech news and receive discounts. Also, we go into here and we're going to search for the widget social icons. Drag it and drop it just above this one. Here we go. We're gonna tune and tweak our social channels. What do we have? We have Facebook, of course. We have Twitter. I think it's not called Twitter anymore, Elementor. Then we have YouTube. And then we're gonna add, of course, Instagram. Add item. We click on the icon and you type in Insta. Here we go. Insert. And we're gonna add the last one, which will be our LinkedIn profile. Insert it. Then, of course, we don't need to forget to click on one and add in the URL of your Facebook account, and also with X, and our YouTube channel, of course. And last but not least, our LinkedIn channel. And last but not least, our LinkedIn profile. Then we're going to style this icon a little bit to show you how it works. If you go down here, you can change the shape. So we go to it rounded, a square, or a circle, whatever you want. We go with rounded as that's more the theme of this website. Then we have the columns. You can change them to auto 1 column. It will stack them all together. Or in our case, we choose 5 because I want to have 5 different kinds of social channels inside of my footer in there. Then we go to style and we can change the color of our logos. Now, we don't want to use the official color. We want to use a custom color, but let's make the primary color transparent. So we just go over here and now we've actually deleted the color. So this is great. Then we go to size. We can change them over here. Let's say we're going to do 25 pixels perfectly. Padding, you can change it if you want to. We'll bring them closer together. It gives you more padding inside of this element. Let's do it 0.7 EM. That's great. And then this looks actually perfect. Now let's go to icon hover and change some really great when you hover over the icons. The primary color should, when you hover over it, be the orange. So now it happens like this. And then let's add in a little cool effect when you hover over it. Let's go with the pop animation. All right, what you now can see is when I hover over it, I think this is a little bit too big, this thing around it. So also the secondary color, I would change it to primary like this. Perfect. Then we go to icon, back to the icon again. And we're going to change the padding to make it a little bit less intense, like 0.4. You see this? Now it is even, this is way better. And we can change the size of the icons a little bit and change the padding a little bit more. That's great. Then we're going to add some spacing between them. Now, this is way better. That's it. Now we got a real amazing footer over there. After viewing our header and also the footer, I think that this font we've used over here is actually better in here. I think it's a little bit too intense, all these things. And you know, while building, you see all these kind of things and you want to change them. So we click on this one, we go to styling, and we go to the typography, going to change this one. We make this a little bit less bold. It makes a lot of difference, as you can see, but also the size is going to be 1.5. Whoa, 1.5 rem. That should do it. Then we go into here, we go to style, typography, change it. Then we're going to change this also to rem. We're going to change the size to 0.8. This looks way better. Then we're going to just copy, and we're gonna paste style, and paste the style, and also here, paste the style. Excellent. This one also copy, paste the style, paste the style, and paste the style. Here we go. This looks way nicer, don't you think? Yeah, it's better. Then we're going to add in another container, add it in over here. Here we go. And we're going to leave this as a white background, but we're going to add in all the logos that are important for our web shop. So we're going to let people pay with, for example, with MasterCard, Visa, Apple Pay, all these kind of things. And then we're going to add in some images. So we go over here and we go to our images there and put it in over here. Then we click over here on choose image. Now in your downloaded folder, you can find a folder called logos. In that folder is also another folder called payment methods. Go to upload files and upload all the payment methods that you find in that folder. Why are we actually going to add payment logos to our website? Well, it actually helps conversion because people recognize the logos. The first thing we're going to do is, of course, create your alt text. So we're going to cut the titles and paste them in the alt text over there. Do this with all of them. Then we're going to start with the first one. Select Visa, press select. Excellent. Select your logo and press duplicate or Ctrl D. Then change this one, choose image. I'm going to use MasterCard, select it. Again, Ctrl D, select this one, choose image. We're going to use American Express, select it. Then again, Ctrl D, duplicate it. Then we're going to use UPS over here. Then again, Ctrl D, duplicate it. And let's close this one and choose a different image called FedEx over there. And then duplicate it and then change this to Apple Pay. Here we go. Another one, Ctrl D, change this one to PayPal. Here we go. All right. Okay, then we scroll up and we go into this section and we're going to change the direction to make it a horizontal row like this. Beautiful. As you can see, I have created all these squared images. So if you want to add another logo, I've included the Photoshop file. You can open it, paste in your own logo of your own payment method or your own shipper, and you can add it in right there, export it, and it has the exact same size. So it all looks great. Now, when I see this, I want to change this one like so that we have Apple Pay. Well, you can change the order if you want to. All right, and then we press update. Excellent job. Go back to your checklist and here we go. We're going to check this one, header and footer. Let's go continue and build our homepage. To go build our homepage, we click on here and we click on exit. Then Elementor asks us, what do we want to do when we press on exit to? Do you want to go to this post, all posts, or the WP dashboard? I would suggest to use all posts because we're going to use that a little bit often. You can always change this in the user preferences. Let's press apply. And we are here at my templates and you will see a Elementor footer and with a number behind it. Let's change this, press on quick edit and change this just to footer. And you can always change this to a name or something, but this looks good. Just press update. Here we go if you want. And this also allows you to create even more footers with different kind of names. Then let's start building our homepage. Let's go to here and press all pages. Then we press add new page. We can close the block editor. We are not going to use it, but we are going to add in a title called homepage. And then we don't gonna do anything around here. We're gonna press on this button, edit with Elementor. And then we are at the builder again, and we can see now that we are building inside with our header and our beautiful footer in here. So that looks awesome. The first thing we do is we're going to remove this homepage title. We don't need it on our homepage. So we go over here to settings, click on it. Then we're gonna activate hide title like this. There we go. We have already learned how to add in containers from here, but there's also another way. If you press on this plus icon in here, we can select our structure we want to have. That's also very useful. We're going to use this structure. Click on it. And we're going to search for the widget called Slides over there, or you can just type it in, drag and drop it in here. There we go. Then the first thing we do is we're going to remove slide 2 and 3, or else it keeps sliding while we're working on it. So delete them, click on this cross icon. Then we click on slide 1 heading. When you click on it, you can change the background. First, let's remove this purple. So click on this purple and then click on clear over here. Then we click on the image, click on it. We're going to upload the file called Sale Smartphone Slider and Sale Headphone Slider. First, we're gonna cut the title, cut it out and paste it as an alt text. Also do it with this one. Cut it out and paste it as the alt text. Then select the smartphone and press select. Then what are we going to do? We're going to change the content. So we click on content in here. We're going to change the first slide heading to special sale. Then we're going to add in a description, and the description is going to be discounts from 10% up to, and then a break, 90% on selected products. And the button text will be shop now. Then don't forget to add in a link to our web shop. We're gonna create this later on, but for now we're gonna also add in the link to sale like this, and then apply link on only the button, because I don't want to click on the entire link, just want to click on the button. Now, if we now go to style, you can change the custom style only for this slide. We don't want that. We want to change all styles in one go, or else we have to do this every single time when we change it later on. So we go to style up here, and we're gonna change the horizontal position to the left side over there. And then we go to title, and we're gonna change the text color. Click on this one to make it black. Just click over here. Then we're gonna click on the typography, and we can see everything changes. So we want this to go to rem, and we want to change it to 2.0 rem. Then the weight is excellent. We're gonna transform it to uppercase. This all looks good. Then we go over here to the description, and we're gonna change also the text color. Just change it to the primary color, and then the typography, change it to Sora. That's great. And let's put it on rem over here. And then we're gonna change this to 1 rem. Then we click on description. Again, we're gonna change the button in here. Let's change this size to medium. Then we're going to change the typography. So we click on the accent color. We're going to change the typography. Click on this icon. And we're going to change this to rem again. 1 rem. That's great. The weight is excellent, but I want to transform it to uppercase. Here we go. And then what I want to do is close this. And we're going to change the text color to our accent color over there. Then the color, we're going to click on default. And we're going to change it to our primary color in there. And then the border, I don't want a border, so we're going to change the border width to 0 pixels. Then I want to line all these things out on the left side. So how to do that? We go to slides in here. We're going to press on text align on the left side. There we go. Beautiful. Then we go back to content. Then we're going to duplicate this slide. So we click on this button over here, special sale, click on this, and we're going to change the image to this one, the headphones. Click on it. We can change, of course, the content. Discounts from 10% on headphones, for example. And also on this one, we can change the content to on smartphones, for example. Then I want to have rounded corners on this container. So we go to this container, then we go to style, we go to background, we change the color of this to our gray over there. See what's happening? Then we go to border, and we're going to change the border radius to 15. Here we go. Then on the right side, we're going to create something else. So click on this one, and we're going to add in a container within this container. So release it over there. Now we have 2 containers, as you can see. This container, we're going to style it. So we go over here to style. We're going to change the background type to classic. We're going to change the color to light blue. Use this one. Okay. Then we go to border. We're going to give it a border radius of 15. Excellent. Then we go back to background, and we're also going to add in an image. So we're going to choose image. We're going to upload the file called MacBook Pro. Cut this and paste it in over there. Here we go. Press select. Then there's a very big image, so we need to style it. Change the position to center right. Here we go. Then press repeat on no repeat. And then the display size should be a custom. Then we're going to change the width to 30%. Here we go. Now then we're going to create some content. So we go back to the elements. We're going to add in the text editor first. So drag it and drop it in here. There we go. The first content should be best sale. Then we're going to change the style of this thing. We go to typography. We're going to use the accent global font. There we are. We're going to change the text color. Click on this one. We're going to use the dark brown. Click on it. Then we go to add in a new widget. So click over here. We're going to add in a heading. Drag and drop it in there. And the title will be MacBooks Pro. Then the HTML text H2, which is great. Then we go to style. We're going to change the typography on the pencil icon. We're going to change this one to, put it on rem, to rem. There we are. Then on line height, put in just 1 pixel like this, or else it gets too much spacing and it won't look nice. Then we go back to the elements. We're going to add in a new text editor, drag and drop it below the title. There we are. Then we're going to change the text to from $2,900 or $75 a month. In here, you can actually use enters to go to a new line. If you see there's too much space in here, use shift enter like this. Then we go to style. Then we're going to change the text color. Click on this one to use our primary color. There we are. Then we're going to change the typography. We're going to change the size to 1 rem. Then we want this entire container to link to a product, of course, but we can create that once we have created the product. So hold on there, we're going to add it in later. For the next trick, we need to have our layers. So we go over here to the navigator, click on this one. Now we can see all the containers we have created. Now, to show you how this works, if we click on this one, this is actually the entire hero container. So I'm just going to double click here and type in hero. So now we know this is the main container, which contains all containers within it. And then we can use this one and change this to slider container, like this. Then we can change this name to right container. And then we have this one, which is the first row. And then we have this container, which is the second row. And in the first row, we already have this container. So we're going to change this name to light blue. Great. What are we going to do? Select this light blue, right click on it and press duplicate. Here we go. Now we have 2 light blues, but I want them to be next to each other. How to do that? You go to the first row container, this one. We go over here and we change the direction to a row, horizontal, like this. Really great. Then we are going to change the right one, of course. So we go into the right one. I'm going to change the name to light green. All right. Then we go to style. We're going to change the color. Check this one. We're going to change it to light green. Beautiful. Then we're going to change the image. So choose image. We're going to upload a file called GameStation 5. Cut this out, paste it in over there. Here we go, select it. Then we're going to change the width to make it actually 63%. And then we're going to change the text, of course, on this one. Just click on it and then you can just type in here, GameStation 5. Here we go. Change the price because this one is only $1,500 or $65 a month, something like this. Change this one also to best price. I want this row also below this one with different kind of products. So we go with the first row in here, select this one, and we're just going to duplicate it right there. Here we go. And then the second row, we can actually delete this one. There we are, and change this one to second row. Great. Then we're going to change the left one. light blue. We're gonna change this to light brown, and we're gonna change this one to light pink. Here we go. So select the light brown, then we go to the color, and of course select the light brown. Beautiful. Then we're going to change the content. So in here we have new models, and what we're gonna sell here are beautiful dump watches. These are $500 or $25 a month. And then we go back into the light brown section. We're gonna change the image. We're going to upload the image called the dump watch. Cut the title, paste it in as the alt text, and press select. Here we are, beautiful. We're gonna change the width a little bit. There we are. All right. Now, this looks pretty nice. Then change the last one, the light pink. Click on it. Again, change the color to light pink in here. We're going to change the image to earpods. Cut them and paste them in here and press select. There we are. Let's put the navigator in here. And then we can go to the text, change it to new fit, change the text to earpods, and change the price starting from $250 or $15 a month. Now this looks pretty great. Then I want to make all these things the same height. As you can see now, the height is not the same from this container and all these containers. So how do we do that? Well, there's a trick for this. We go into the container of this one. We go to layout and we're going to change the minimum height to 300 pixels. Just put it on 300. And then also this one, I'm going to change this to the minimum height of 225. Also this one, 225. There we go. Then we can see that there is spacing, but the containers are the same height. Look at this. This container is actually the same height as this container. You see that? But because we've put in a background color in here, then you can see that it uses some padding. Then we go to this one. We go to advanced, and we're going to add in the padding 0. Here we go. Also with this one, padding 0. There we are. Now they are the same size. But then I still want some spacing between them. So we go into this container, and then we go into the gaps in here, and we're going to add in some column gaps of 10. We want the first row container in here. And then we go to layout, and then we're going to change this column gap to 10. Why? Well, it's 10 on the right side and 10 on the left side, so it combines to this, and this looks really neat. Then we go to this one, to the second row in here. We're also going to layout in there, and we're going to add in some column gap of 10. There we go. Now I also want to add in 10 at the row, but it will not work because we have 2 containers inside of it. So what do? We go over here to advanced, and then we're going to unlink the values, and we're going to add in the top of 5. And then we go over here to this container, no, to the first row container. We also go to advanced, and we're going to unlink the margins, and we're going to add in some bottom margin of 10. There we are. This looks pretty amazing for your first homepage. Am I right? So well done. I'm proud of you. Now, the first thing we notice right now when all the layout is done is that we see that this text is not completely aligned in the center of your container. How to do that? We click on the edit container and we go over here to justify the content to center. There we are. Do that with everyone. Go over there, layout, justify, center. In this one, layout, justify the content in the center. In here, layout, justify content in the center. Great, we can close the navigator now, and you can see what a beautiful homepage you have created. Of course, you can change the size of all the images, of the titles, however your product will fit for your needs. Then we can see over here that we cannot see the woman's product she's actually holding. So we're going to click on this one. We're going to go to the first one. We're going to change it to contain. Now you can see the full image. Also on the second slide, make this contain. Here we are. And now it's just smaller and we can see everything we want to see. And then what I don't like are these buttons in here. So we go to slider options and we're going to change the navigation to only arrows. There we are. This is way better. And then we can also change the arrows to another color. So we go to style and then we go to navigation. We're going to change the color to the primary color. And there we are. Now, this is beautiful. All right. Update your page. Looks excellent right now. Then we're just going to create a new section. So we go over there, check the container, put it in over here. There we are. Then the background of this entire container, I want it to be full width. Change this one. And then we're going to change the color. So go to style, background, classic. And we're going to change the color to our accent color. There we are. Just a little bit different than the white. Beautiful. Then we're going to add in all kind of widgets. So click over here and we're going to add in the icon boxes. There we go. Drag and drop it in here. Here we are. Then we're going to change this to free shipping. And then we're going to delete the description. There we are. Then we're going to change the description to from all our orders over $200. Then we're going to change the icon. So press on the icon library and type in truck. There's this one, press insert. Here we are. Then we go to style. We're going to change the icon position to the left. There we go. And then we're going to do vertical align it in the center. Beautiful. And then align the text on the left side. Then we go to the icon. Then we're going to change the spacing to 10 and the size just to 40 pixels. And then we go to content in here. The title spacing should be 0. That is way better. Then the color should be our primary color, which is already great. And I also like the size of this, so we're not gonna change anything about it. Then the title is great. Then we go to the description. We go to typography, change this to the accent one. Here we go. This is even better. Now it's way smaller. Then we go back to icon because I want just a little bit more spacing, put it on 20. That's beautiful. All right. Then we're just going to copy this one, duplicate it. We're going to create a new one. We're going to create 5 of them actually. So this one is going to be a gift. So use this one, insert. We're going to change the text to daily surprise offers, something like that. Save up to 10%. All right, and we're going to duplicate this one again. Change this one. Then we're going to change the icon to headset. Here we are, insert. And we're going to say something about support 24/7 issues. We help you out. Then we're going to duplicate this one again. Duplicate. And we're going to create this one and type in percents, the percent icon over there. Insert. We're going to change it to affordable prices. Affordable prices. And the description should be get factory prices. Then the last one, duplicate it. Of course, the credit card in here. Use it, and the text will be secure payments, 100% protected payments. There we are. Then of course I want to have them in one row. So we're going to select this container and we're going to change the layout, the direction to row horizontal. And then we're going to justify the content to this one, space evenly. Now, perfect. What can I say? Just perfect. And now we're working on it. I can see that we are just a little bit too close to this section. So we go to advanced and we're going to add it. We're going to change this to view width. We're going to change this to view width over there. Why using view width? Well, it's better when working responsive mode because when you switch to mobile view, it changes accordingly to the size of the screen. Now, talking about responsive, we will be making this entire website completely mobile responsive. Don't worry, we get to that later on in this video. All right, then we go also through this container, also go to advanced to the margin, unlink it, and we're gonna give it also to view width on the top. Now we have some more space to breathe our sections with. All right, then it's time to fill in all our categories in here. So we go to there. We're going to add in a new container, drop it over there. Then we go to the styling of this container, and the background type is going to be our accent color, also the same as this one. This is going to look beautiful because we're going to create a white section within this section. What I now want to add in here are actually the categories we're going to create with our WooCommerce plugin. But I want to create it in this way that when you change it inside of your web shop, it automatically will change in here, or else you have to change it manually every single time. That's not what we want. So when we have saved it, we go back in here and we click on exit. Then we have the home page. Now, of course, you want to see your website. So you go over here and you visit your site, right click, open link in new tab. And you can see over here that, hello world, where is my homepage? It's still there. Don't worry, but we have to tell WordPress what is your homepage. So we go into here, we go to our dashboard, then we go to settings and we go to reading. Follow me. Then your homepage displays a static page and we're going to select our homepage. That's it. Press save changes. Then you can go over here, visit your site, open link in new private window or incognito screen. And then you can see without logging in, this is now our homepage. And this looks absolutely stunning. And this already looks great. And also on different kind of screen sizes, like small laptops, you can see that everything just slides in perfectly. So this works absolutely phenomenal. Now it's time to install WooCommerce. So we go to plugins, add new plugin, click on it. Then search for the plugin WooCommerce. Like this. It has more than 5 million active installs and it's actually the leader in their industry to add in products and sell them very easily through your WordPress website. So we're going to press install now and then we press activate. Welcome to the WooCommerce setup wizard. I'm going to walk you through this right now. Press on set up my store. I'm just starting my business. Press continue. And we're going to give our store a name. It's now called Elementor Web Shop, but of course you have some other name, like mine is Gigi Tech. Then choose our industry. Well, we are in the electronics and computers. Where is my store located? It is in the United States and I'm in Alabama. Yes, I am in Portugal because I live there now, but I'm gonna close this. Make sure that your store is located on the actual place it is located, so that's okay. And then your email address, great. I don't want to opt in, but you can if you want, and press continue. All these things, we don't want this. So we're going to deselect all these extra things because this will automatically install all these separate plugins inside of your WordPress website, and we don't want this. Trust me, you don't. If we need a plugin, we're going to install it ourselves. We don't let anyone install it for us. So press on continue. There we are. They are going to process it. Then we are here at the first time setup wizard from WooCommerce. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add products. Click on the blue button. Then we need to select the kind of product we're going to sell. In our case, we're going to sell a physical product, but I'm also going to show you a variable product. The other products that are available, for example, the digital product or the external product, are just very easy to do. If you know how to set up a physical product and a variable product, you also know the other product types. So we're going to start with the physical product. Click on this one. Then we're going to click on this cross icon over here. And the first thing we are going to do, we're going to add in a name. Well, the first product we're going to add is the Game Station 5. We're going to add in a summary in 1 to 2 short sentences. In the folder with the checklist, you also see images. In the images folder are products, and in the products is the Game Station 5. Here you can also find a TXT file with called specs. In there you can find the summary and the description of this product just for learning purposes. So we're just gonna copy and paste the summary inside of here. There we go. Then we have the list price. Now we're going to list this price for, I don't know, $1,500, but it's on sale right now, so we can actually sell it for $49.99. That's a bargain, so you really should buy this beautiful console. Then we go to the description. Just paste in the description. And then we scroll down, we're going to add in our images. So choose an image, and then we're going to upload all the pictures of the GameStation 5 inside of the folder. Then we're going to replace all the alt text. So we're gonna cut the title and paste it in the alt text over there, and do this with all the images. This is very important for your SEO. Also, before uploading, if you're uploading your own product, make sure that the name of the file is exactly the product's name, so that it's better foundable in Google. When you have selected all of them, we're gonna press select, and then all the pictures appear over there. Then we need to select the cover. As you can see, this is now the cover image. I don't want that. I want this image to be the cover. So we click on it and press set as cover. After this, we press on add. Then you can see product added, view in store. Then after this, we scroll all the way up and we go over here to variations. Now, we are not going to add in a variation product right now. We're going to do this later on. Then we go to organization. In the organization, we can choose the category of this specific product, but we need a new category. So we click on categories and we press create new. Then we're going to create a new category, and I'm going to put this one in the game consoles. And we don't have a parent category for the game consoles because this is a parent category. And then we press create. Now this product is in game consoles and in uncategorized. I don't want that, so I click on it. I'm going to click on this cross icon for uncategorized, and now it is in game consoles. Excellent. Then we can add in tags. Now, tags is something different than a category, but it makes it possible for people to click on certain tags. If you're using TagsCloud, for example, to see everything that's in, for example, a specific color. So we're going to enter in white, create it. Then we're also going to type in 4K. And we're going to create it. And then we're also going to add in old school, for example, create it. There we go. All right, now we have 3 tags for this product. Excellent. And then we can add in attributes. Well, attributes are mainly used for variation products. So in our case, we're not going to use this, just leave it empty as it is. And we go to pricing in here. Well, list price, $1,500, sale price, $49.99. You can also schedule a sale, and we're gonna charge sale tax. If you now click on advanced, you can see that the tax class is standard, reduced, or 0. Well, in most countries, you just need to add some tax. So we're gonna put it on standard. And later on, I'm gonna show you how to fill in the tax options within WooCommerce. Then we go to inventory. How many inventory do we have, and what is the stock keeping unit for this specific product? It's automatically generated from your title. If you want to change it, go ahead, change it. We can track the stock quantity for this product. I only have 80,000 of this product available inside of my web shop. So I'm going to put it on 80,000. If we click on advanced, you can do when out of stock. You can don't allow purchases, allow it, or notify customers. In our case, I don't want to sell something that I don't have, so I'm going to put it on don't allow purchases. But when it reaches 20 stocks, I get an email from my website that says, hey, this product is almost out of stock. You have to get new ones. Then the last option, you can also limit purchases only to 1 item per order. Then we go to shipping over there. This product requires shipping or pickup. If it's a digital product, you won't have this option, or you can turn it off. For now, we can add in a shipping class. So we're going to add in a new shipping class. The name of the shipping class is actually your carrier. So in our case, let's use UPS. If you have multiple shipping classes, then you can add in a description per shipping class so everybody knows who's working on the website what this is all about. In our case, we're not going to fill in a description. We're just going to press add. And now we can add in dimensions of our packaging, which is useful if you are going to send out a lot of packages. In most cases, it really doesn't matter how big it is, but when it does, you can actually charge a different kind of shipping costs per size of your shipment box. So it could be useful. Now, let's say the width A is 30 centimeters. It is 15 centimeters length. The height is also 30, and the weight is 5 kilograms, for example. And then we go over here to linked products, the last one. Here we can define upsells and cross-sells, which are really useful. What are those? For the wireless controllers on this device, you need actual batteries, so maybe you can sell them with them, or a standard for your controllers to put them in, or maybe some other games. You can all put them in over there. Press on search for products, you just type in your product, and it appears over here, and you can add them in there. Now, then the upsell will be shown in your cart, in your product page, whenever you want to show upsells and also cross sells, of course. All right, that's it. Then we press on add. And then you see over here, product added. Well done. All right, then we go back to WooCommerce, go to home over here. And then you can see we had to add products. Well, we already done that. So we go to the second one, choose your theme. We already have a theme, so I don't know why it's in here. So we just go back to home and then we are set up payments. So we're gonna click on this one. Now it's time to select a payment provider because you need a company that will actually charge the credit cards or the PayPal. You need a company to do this for you. So different kind of payment providers will charge you differently. And I really advise you to dive into that and find yourself the cheapest payment provider available in your country. In the USA, for example, I recommend Stripe. You just press get started. You can use PayPal, but they actually charge extra for credit cards. So make sure to choose the right payment provider. If you're in the Netherlands, I always advise you to use Mali, for example, or Adyen. You can also use that one. Just take your time to select the right payment provider. It has to be connected to your business bank account so they can pay it out. Or if you don't have that, you can use PayPal and let all the money that people pay you for the products be wired to your PayPal account. That's all possible. Make sure to dive into that a little bit before you make the choice, or else you have to disconnect it again, set it up another payment provider. Just take your time to select the right one. For this tutorial, we're going to use Stripe. So I'm going to press on get started. And then it's going to install a plugin for us called Stripe. And then we need to configure it. To do that, we can create one, or if you already have one, click on Stripe account and you can connect to it. Then you just click on create one. And you just walk through all the steps here within Stripe. Then you can see over here that we've made a connection with WooCommerce, including partners with Stripe. And then we need to fill in all of this information. And then we are back at WooCommerce and you can see that the additional payment options have changed. You can also add even more like PayPal, Amazon Pay, or whatever you want to have on your web shop. Then we go over here to WooCommerce Home again, and we can see over there that we have added products, chosen our theme, we have set up payments. Now we're going to add tax rates. So click on this one. Taxes are pretty important because you don't want to mess with the government. They don't forgive and they don't forget. So what you need to do is, when you are in a country like me in the Netherlands, we only have 3 tax rates. The 21% on normal goods, the 9% on food and all that kind of things, and 0% on very few items. So it's very easy, very simple to do business in my country. But if you're in the USA and you're shipping throughout all the different kinds of states, then it starts to get real complicated because you also have taxes inside of cities, also taxes inside of states, taxes outside of cities. It's a whole bunch of work to put them all in manually. So if you are in the USA, you can use WooCommerce Tax. This way, all the tax will be automatically put into your system. For the tutorial's sake, we will be using the WooCommerce tax. So press on continue setup. Then we're going to choose where we are. United States, Alabama, sure. Then we're going to fill in this and press continue. Then we press install and enable. Don't worry, it's completely free. Then the last thing we want to do is connect to our store. So we're going to press on connect. Then we need to log into our WordPress.com account. Then we press login and we're going to connect as the WPress Doctor, your name, and we press approve for your website. Click on it. Good news. Then we press yes, please. All right, well done. Then the last thing to do in the WooCommerce setup is to get more sales. If you click on this one, then you can add all kind of plugins and extensions to your website. The only thing I would suggest you install is to immediately start saving the email addresses to a mailing list. Why? The money is in the list. If you ever want to send out a promotional mail, then you need something like MailChimp. Get started. Now I have created an extensive tutorial on how MailChimp works. So once you have created your web shop, you follow this tutorial and I'll show you exactly how to set up MailChimp, how it works. It's very easy and you can start collecting your emails for free. Press on home again and we scroll all the way up. Excellent, we have completed the store setup. How was your experience? Whee! What are the things to do next? We can add up additional payment options like PayPal. You can get the free WooCommerce mobile app. If you want to receive notifications on every sale you do on your webshop, this could be fun. In the beginning, it could be fun. Just download the mobile app. You can review your shipping options and review your checkout experience. We're all going to do this later on as we need to do a lot of things even further inside of our WooCommerce web shop. All right, then all these things are just some mails from WooCommerce. You can dismiss them all or read them all. It's gonna take a lot of time, so we're not gonna do that. Then the things to do next, I'm just going to hide this also, and then hide this also. And then we have the stats overview from our website at the home button of WooCommerce. Here we are. The first thing we need to do is go to products because we need some more categories to finish our homepage. So we're going to click on categories. You can see that we have one category called game consoles. The next category we're going to add is called dump watches. Press add new category. Then we're also going to add in a category called MacBooks. Here we go. Add a new category. Another category is earpods. Add a new category. Just add in all the categories that you have for your own web shop. Also gonna add in smart rings, video, door rings, headphones, the smartphones. Then we have created a lot of different kind of categories. Then what we need to do is we need to add in pictures to our categories because we're going to use them on the front side of our website. And the beautiful thing is when we change then the category, the name or the picture, it will automatically be changed throughout our entire website wherever we're going to use the categories. So go to the game consoles, press on edit. And then we're going to add in a thumbnail over there. So click upload add image. And then we're going to use this thumbnail of the Game Station 5. Press use image and press update. Great. Go back to categories. Then we also have the dump watches. Press on edit. Press on upload add image and upload all the dump watches files. As you can see, we can create with this also a variation product. We're going to do that in just a second. And then we're just going to select one of these and change the title again. Then we're going to cut the title, place it in the alt text and use this image. There we go. Press update. We go back to categories. Then we can go to earpods, click on it. Then we need to upload the files. There's also a folder called categories. Just upload all the category images I have put into that folder. And then we're going to select this one, earpods, cut it, paste it in over there and press use image. There we go, update it. Then we go back to categories. Then we go to headphones, upload the image, select this one, use the alt text and press use image, update it. We're going to do this with all the items and all the categories. Great, now we have added in all the categories. Now before we can add in the categories to our homepage, what we need to do is add in a little bit more products. Why? If you don't add products to the categories, they won't show on the front end. So how do we do that? To make things easier, I'm first going to show you how you can add new products to your website, and we're going to use the dump watch as an example so you can know how to create a variation. Let's go to all products. There you can see that we only have the Game Station 5. If you want to add a new product, just press add new over there, or on the left side add new. You come at the same place. Then we're going to add in the name, the Dump Watch Max. Then copy and paste the summary and the description from the file. Then we paste in the summary over there. Scroll down. We're going to list this for $150 and we're not going to put it in a sale this time. Then we're going to paste in the description. There we go. Now then on the image, we just want to select one image. So choose an image, There we go, and press select. Then we go all the way up here and choose variations. We're gonna add variations options. The attribute will be, for example, the color or the weight of the amount of memory, everything you can variate. Then we're gonna create color. Then we're gonna create values. The value will be gold. Create it. Add another value called black. There we are. There's also a steel version. Create it. And just of course the pink version. There we go. After that we press add. And we see that this product has variations. Great. If we now scroll down, we can see that 4 variations does not have prices. So we control all these variations in this screen. Then we click on set prices over here. Enter a value. Well, they are all $150. Press OK. So now they all have $150. But then we need, of course, to add in some images per color. So we press on edit. And if you want to do that, now we have to leave this page. But if we don't want to do this, stay on page. First, we're going to add this product over there. Product added. And then we press edit. Or else you will lose this variation. Now, there we are at the black one. The variation details. Beautiful black. And then we scroll down. And we're going to add in an image. Choose an image. Use the black one. Title, alt text, and press select. There we go. Then we go to pricing and we can change the price of the black version. This product has a very cheap wristband, so I'm going to change it to $50. Then you can change the text class also, and you can also change the inventory. You need to change the stock keeping unit, or else we don't know that this is the black version. So we're going to type in black behind it. Then we're going to track stock quantity for this specific product because I only have 25 black dump watches. Okay, shipping is all the same, so we're going to not change this. And then we press on update. Then we go back to the main product and we're going to do the same for the gold version. Press edit. Beautiful gold. Choose the image, of course. Press select. There we are. And then we're going to change the pricing because this one is way more expensive. So we're going to put it on $550. And the text class is the same as main product. Then we go to inventory, change the stock keeping unit to gold. And we're going to track it. I only have 5 of these and press update. Then we go back to the main product and we're going to do this for pink also. Edit it. Beautiful. Pink. Choose the image of the pink one. Here we go. Wristband. Go to pricing. This one is, for example, 150. And I only have pink. And I only have 80 of them. Press update. We go back to the main product and let's change the last one over there, the steel version. Press edit. Beautiful steel. Choose the image. Beautiful steel plus with free wristband. The pricing again is 150. Inventory dump watch steel, and I only have 50 of these. Press update. All right, well done. Now we have added in a dump watch max variation product with all these different kind of variations. If we now go back to all products, you will see that we have 2 products, the dump watch max and the Game Station 5, and you will see that there's a price range in there. We only have to change the category, so we press on quick edit, and we can change over here on the right side all the categories. So I'm going to put it in the dump watch category. Press update. Now, if we want to create our front page with all the different kind of categories, we need products inside of those categories. So I'm going to put the Game Station 5 also in earpods, headphones, and MacBooks. Then the dump watch, I'm going to quick edit it, and also going to put it in the video, doorbell, smart rings, and smartphones. It is just for the example. Of course, with normal products, you only put them in the right category. But now we can go back to the homepage and go further with our beautiful homepage. And we go back to pages, all pages, and we're going to edit our homepage again. Press on this button, edit with Elementor. So we can now finally finish our homepage because we have the categories. We're going to drag and drop a container into this place over there. This is a big one. The first container, we go to style, we go to background type. We're going to change this to our accent color. There we are. Then we go back to elements and we're going to add in more containers. So we're going to drag and drop this inside of the container. There we are. Then on this container, we go to style, we go to background type, and we're going to change the color to a white over there, complete white. There we go. Then we also go to border, and then we go to box shadow, click on this one, just a little bit less intense. Do it like this. Then we click over here. Then we go to advanced over there, and we're going to add in some margin at the top. So we're going to unlink it. And we're going to add in some margin of 25 pixels. There we go. Then we go back to our elements and we're going to add in containers. How many of them? I want 6 containers inside of the white container. So bear with me, drag and drop the first one in there. Here we go. Open up this navigator so you can see what's going on. First, we're going to rename this container. We will lose track of all our containers. So the name of this container should be our categories. There we go. Then we have the inside container, and that's excellent. Just keep it like this. Then we want to have 3 containers next to each other on the first row and 3 on the second row. So we're going to change this container to first row, and we're going to change the layout of this container to a horizontal row. Click on it. There we go. Then we go back and we're going to add in more containers to this container. As you can see, here we go. Now it's there. That's okay. We're going to fix it later on. And another container in there. So now you see this. But what we need to do is drag and drop this container and drop it just below the first row. There we are. Also with this one, drag and drop it just below the first row. There we are. Now we have 3 columns inside of the white container. Then we go over here and select the second container. Select it. We go to style, we go to border, we're going to use a border type solid, and we're going to use the border width, unlink it, on the left 2 pixels and on the right 2 pixels. There we go. Then we're going to change the border color to change it to our gray color. Now we go back to elements, and then we're going to scroll all the way down to our WooCommerce elements, or what you can also just do is just fold all these one. And then we are at the WooCommerce. There we are. What we want is product categories. Drag and drop it into the first container. There we are. Now, there you can see all of our categories. Now, what we need to do is we're going to change the column to 1 and also the category count to 1. Then we're going to open up the query, and we don't want to show all the categories in this one. We just want to have a manual selection, and the first category can be, for example, the game consoles. Then we go to style and we scroll down and we go to change the title typography. Click on it and change it to text. There we are. Also the count, change the typography to text. Beautiful. Then I go over here to the alignment and change it to the center. And we go to advanced and we're going to change the width to custom. There we are. And we're going to change the custom width to 80%. And then we're going to align self-it in the center. Then we are going to duplicate this category. Right click on it and press duplicate. There we go. And then we drag and drop this to here. And we're going to do it again, duplicate it and drag and drop it to over there. Excellent. Then we're going to click on this one and we go to query. And we're going to change the category from game console to, for example, the dump watch. Here we go. And then we go to this category. We're going to change this query to a MacBook. There we are. And then we have 3 categories in here. Now, the beautiful thing is, whenever you change the name of the category or you add more products or you change the name or the image, it will automatically change on your front page or anywhere we're going to use this module. So that works absolutely amazing And we always build our websites with keeping the end in mind. So you're always flexible to change things, change products, change categories. It will all automatically change as you go. So that's the reason why I built it this way and not just an image in there with a name. All right, then the next thing too is we're gonna copy the entire container. So not these containers, the first row, and in the first row we have the first, the second, and the third. We can actually rename them right now. So the first, or maybe it's logical to go with left, center, and right. So this way we see exactly which is which. Then we're going to copy this entire first row. So right click on it, press duplicate. Then we scroll down and we're going to change the name to second row. There we are. And then we go to change the categories. So this one, go to query. We're going to change this to the earpods. There we go. And this one, I'm going to change the category to a video door ring. And we're going to change this one to the headphones. Oh, I don't like the colors because this is a little bit brown, and also this. So what are we going to do? We're going to switch these two. So I'm going to go to the AirPods. I'm going to change this one to the category headphones over here. And then on this one, we're going to use the smartphones. There we are. And then on this one, we are going to use maybe just the smart rings. That's also great. Now we have a different look of colors and this feels way better. Okay, then the next thing we're going to do is I want to remove this space between the two sections. How do we do that? Well, we're going to this section, we go to advanced, and we're going to change the top margin to 0 pixels. There we are. This is a little bit closer. But then we go to this container, the biggest one, and then we go to the row over here, unlink it, and when you unlink it, it's already here at 0 and then it's closer to each other. As you can see, there is a little bit of shadow overlapping from this row on this row. You cannot remove the shadow on the top side. Well, you can with some CSS, but the easiest thing is just to go into this row, go to advanced. We're going to put the Z index on 25. There we are. That's it. Now we have placed this container above the other container. So now this one is below the other one. And then we have just a little bit shadow. That's okay, but not the big one as we don't want it. All right, we're going to keep it like this. Press update if you want to save it. Then we go to the next section, which will be below this one. I want the logos of well-known brands to slide across the screen because that gives us more conversion rate as people recognize also those logos. So we're going to copy this entire module. It's the second row. So you can just right click on it and press duplicate. There we go. Then we go into this one and we go to advanced. We're going to give it a top margin of 50 pixels. There we go. Then we scroll down and we are going to remove the inside of them. We're going to change the name of this row. We're going to make it a brand carousel. Here we go. And we're going to remove all these containers inside of it. Delete it, and also this one, delete it. So like this. Then we're going over here and then we're going to add in a carousel. There we go. Just an image carousel. Drag and drop it into your container over here. There we are. Then we go over here to press add images and we select all the files in that logo. There's a bunch of them, so just drag and drop them in here. As you can see, there are 14 brands covered inside of this folder. What you definitely want to do is select all of them and change the title to the alt text for SEO purposes. That's very important for every image. So I'm going to cut these out and paste them in all over there. And originally the alt text, fun fact, was created so that screen readers could also read aloud what this picture is about. So that's why the alt text was created, so that people who can't see very good, then the screen reader will read it out loud so people know what this image is about. That's what it originally was for, but it's also used for SEO purposes. And now with all the AI, they can definitely just read your image, and the computers also understand now what the images are about. But enough of that. If you want to learn more about SEO, follow my tutorials. Let's press on create new gallery. There we go. Now we can also add in captions below that, but it's not needed because we just have all these logos. And press Insert Gallery. Now let's close the navigator for a second. Now we can see that all the logos are in here. And we can see that there are just 3 in one column. We're going to change that. Let's first change the image resolution to custom. And then we're going to change the width to its original 500 by 500. That's what I created. So we're going to make it 250 by 250. Let's see how that looks. There we go. And then we're going to slides to show. We're going to change this to 6. That's way better. And then slides to scroll also 6. So we scroll down in here. Then the navigation. Do you want arrows and dots or just none of them? I would say none, and just let them slide easily and let them go. Then we go to additional options. In here we can put this on lazy load. I would suggest you do that because of the speed of your website. Would be helpful. You have an autoplay, pause on hover, pause on interaction. Sure, autoplay speeds. Let's go with 3000 milliseconds. That's 3 seconds. Infinite loop, yes. Animation speed. Okay, if you change this to 2000, for example, you can see that it moves slower. That's what I think is better. All right, then we go to styling over there. Then we go to spacing, and we want to change the spacing to a custom to make it, this is way better. Let's put it on 75 pixels. That's way better. Here we go. And then we go to advanced over here. But what I actually really want is that it just keeps on slowly moving the entire time and not with this stop, go, stop. There is a trick to do this. It's not in the standard options of Elementor Pro, but we can do it. How to do this? Well, we scroll down a little bit and we're going to change here the additional options. I'm going to change the autoplay speed to 4000 and the animation speed to 0. In the file you've downloaded, there's also a txt file called CSS snippets. If you open that one, if you open this in Notepad, you will see this, the Matt WPress Dr. CSS snippets for the homepage. In here, you will see just this little code. Just copy this one. And then we go into our image carousel. We go to advanced and we close this one. We go over all the way down to custom CSS, open it. And then we're just gonna paste it in over there, click somewhere else. And then you can see that something is going to happen right now with the image slider. Here we go, look at this. And I put slides to scroll on 6, but it actually should be on 1. And now we have a beautiful slow slider just running on the website. And of course, if you think some logos are too big or because of the JBL is very, very intense, you can always change it. Excellent, well done. Let's go to the next section. And then the last section we're going to create on our homepage is a blog section. But before we are going to do that, we need to have the spacing right. So click on this container and then you see we're given it 50 pixels, but we had to view width. There we go, 2 on the top and actually 2 on the bottom. And now it looks actually beautiful also with the other one. So I also want to have some spacing on the top of this one. So we click on it and then on the top margin, there we go. And why is that important? Well, also on this one, we have to view width on this one. So that now it looks actually very beautiful. Okay, then we're going to create a blog module in here. The first thing we need to do is add in a heading over here. Just drag it in. And now we also have a container inside of it. And we're going to change the text to our latest news. And it's in H2, which is great. Go to the style. And the size is actually all perfect. Then we go to the modules in here. And then when we scroll down in all the elements, we can also add in a portfolio, a post, or a gallery. Well, what I want in here is a loop grid. So we're going to drag and drop it below this one inside of this container. And by the way, when working with containers, also use your navigator. And we can close this one, and then we're going to change this container to the blog section. There we are. And then what we see is we need to create a template for our loop grid. How does it work? Well, it's actually pretty easy. Just press update over here, and we're going to press on here, create template. Just click on it, save the changes. And now you can see that we have a little container, and inside of it, we have new elements that are recommended. So a post title, excerpt, featured image, content, info. That's exactly what we need in our loop grid. The first thing we want on top is the featured image. So we're going to drag it in here, drop it. Then we go back to modules and we're going to add in the post title. drag and drop it below your featured image. And then we also going to add in the post excerpt over there. And then the last thing we want to do is actually a post info, and we're going to drop it just below the title. There we are. So then of course the question is, what do we want to have in our meta tag? Do you want to have the author? If you have different authors on your website, then you should add them. We're all just gonna post a new post and just call it the same author, so we're gonna delete this one. But of course we want the date. The time is not so relevant in here, but the comments are. Then you can choose, do you want to have the default layout and it's on top of each other, or the inline? I would go with inline, so there's just one rule. Then we're also going to style it. Then we're going to add in some space between, just use 25 pixels. Then you can also change the icon, change the color and the size. Let's make the size a little bit smaller, because I also want to change the text and go with the typography of our accent. And now it is very small, and I think that is way nicer. Then we go to the excerpt text, click on it, and then we go to style, and we need the typography of the text, which is also great, but let's change it and make it a little bit smaller to 0.7 rem. And once you have put this all in, we press on save and back. There we go. Well done. Now you can see in the blog section that we have a loop grid over here. But actually I want to have 4 columns in there. So how are we going to do that? Well, once we have saved it, we can go over here to change the columns to 4. And items per page, let's put it on 8. Then you can change it to a masonry, but you cannot actually see what we're doing over here. So we're going to update this page. We're going to add in a few blocks so you know how this looks. Then we go over here and we press on exit. And then we go to posts and go to all posts. In here you can see only one post, which is the hello world. Just trash this one. And we're going to add in a new post, just some dummy content so you know how it looks. The first one is the X-ray function on new dump watch max. And then we're going to add in some text in here. I'm just going to put in some dummy content so you know it's just for the text. All right. But then if we want to showcase this blog post on the right way on the front side of our website, you need to go to posts in here. And then we need to go to categories. Of course, we're going to change to the category blog, and also add in a featured image. If you click on this one, you can add in an image. Go to the folder again, and in the images, we have also a folder called blogs. Then we press upload files and upload all the blog images you see. Go to images, blogs, and we can see a different kind of pictures. Just remember, all these pictures are copyright free, so you can use them in any way you want. All right, we'll talk about the smartwatch. So we're going to cut this and paste it as the alt text and press set featured image. Here we go. Now we have a featured image, but we also want to create an excerpt. And here we go, and the excerpt will be, and then we write something like this and press publish. If you don't want to see this double check every time, just uncheck this box and press publish. Then we click on this black box over here. Then we can see 1 post has been published. Let's create 3 more. The next one will be burglars hacked video doorbells. We're going to set the featured image of the burglar over there. Here we go, set it, add some text in here, go to post, and we're going to write an excerpt and press publish. There we are. Then we go back into there, and then we're going to add another post. Go to post, add in the image of the wedding ring. Here we go. Set it featured image and write an excerpt. And we're also going to use the category block and press publish. All right, now one more. Set the featured image of this one. Go, and it's also going to be the title, retro party speaker all hot again. Add in some text. And we change the category to block, and we're going to write an excerpt. And we press publish. There we go. Now, if we now go back to all the blocks in here, you can see that the category is blog, which is not very useful if we're going to create later on an entire page called blog, and some posts you want to put on the homepage and some maybe not. How to do that? Well, we go to categories in here, and we're going to create a new category called homepage and press add new category. Then we go back to all posts in there, and we're going to quick edit the post that we want to add on the homepage. Change the category in here. And I'm just gonna also change a little bit of this dates just for fun. Go over there, quick edit, make it also available on the homepage. And this one was posted in July on the 18th of 2023. Update. This one is now scheduled because I placed it in the future. So let's put it on January 15th. That's great. And I also want this to go on the blog, updated. Then this also should be on the homepage, and it went on the 1st of March. Here we go. And then we have the X-ray was today also on the homepage. Updated. Okay, then we go back to pages, all pages, and we go back to our homepage, edit with Elementor. And then we scroll down, and then you can see our beautiful homepage with also all the, yes, all the blocks are in here, and there is a 4 columns blocks. Now let's style it just a little bit. Let's go into this container, and we're gonna go to advanced, and we're gonna add in a padding top of, first unlink it, then on the top I want 2, and then view width. Here we go. We have some more spacing on the top here, and also on the bottom. Beautiful. Then we go into this container. So we're going to the block section. We have the loop grid selected, and then we go to style. And then we want to change some gap between the columns. You can style it and tweak it just a little bit. Put it on 40. It's beautiful. Then we go back to content. What we actually want to do is, you can see the height is not equal. So we're going to equal this height over there. But what I don't like is actually the text in here. And I also don't like that there is no read more button. We definitely need a read more button. So we're going to press on edit template in there, save our changes. And what do we need in then is just a button. Just drag and drop the button in there. Here we go. And then we're going to change the type is default. That's great. The text should be read more. And then the link should, well, we cannot add it in manually every single time. So we're going to click on dynamic tags in there, and we're going to choose the post URL. Click on it, and that's it. And then we go to style. We're going to change the typography to our secondary, but then we're going to change the background type to classic, and the color will be our primary color. There we are. Beautiful. And then we just press update. Now this is actually great, but what I want to do is I want all these things to look a little bit nicer. So we go into this container over there, and we go to the styling, and we want the background type to go with the accent color. Here we go. And then we go to border, and we're going to add in a border radius of 25 pixels on all the sides. As you can see now what's happening, we have the columns, but then we can see that all the borders are rounded. Also in this container, we want to remove the little bit of padding in here. You can see that, so that this image can go full width. So we go to advanced, we go to padding, we're gonna unlink it. Then we can see that now it is full width, which is exactly what I want, but we need to style it a little bit. So we go to the image, the featured image, and we go to border radius, unlink it, and on the top I want 25 pixels. There we go. You can see what's happening now. Top and also at the right side again. Now you can see that we also have in here the rounded corners, which looks absolutely amazing, but we now have. Let's make it, but 25 is a bit too much. Let's keep it on 15 over there. Yes, we're also going to change this one. Don't worry. 15. And also in the container, change to style. We go to border. We're going to change the border radius to 15 because 25 was way too much. But then we need more spacing inside of the title. So we go to the title, we go to styling, we go to advanced, sorry, and we're going to add in a unlink it. And on the left side, we're going to use 10 pixels in there on the left and also on the right. There we are. Then we're also going to use this on this one, edit it, go to advanced, and add a margin of 10 on the left side, right side, and 10 on the left side. Also with this one, we go to advanced, and we go to add in 10 on the right side and 10 on the left side. Beautiful. And also with the read more button, we go to advanced and we go with the margin 10 on the right side and 10 on the left side. The next thing we need to do is on the button, go in here. We need to go to advanced layout and we need some padding, some margin at the bottom. Also add in 10 pixels margin at the bottom. And also what we want to do, if you look at all these containers, you can see that the text of these things are not entirely always the same, but you want to have the button on the bottom of all your containers. How to do that? Well, we go into this container and then we're going to justify the content with some space between. And now it makes sure that the button is always at the bottom of the containers. Beautiful. Then what I want to do is I want to change this text. I don't like the way this text looks, so we're going to edit the post. We go to styling, we go to typography, and we're going to change it to the accent. There we go. Now we're going to change the text color to our primary color. This is way better. What I also want is I want to remove the comments. I don't like it, so I click on the comments and I'm going to change the content. I'm going to delete the comments, so we only have the date. If you want to change the date, click on it. And then you can change the format however you want to style it for your target audience. In our case, this is fine. And then it looks already way better. Then we press save and back over here. There we go. Then the last thing I want to change in here, I didn't think this container has way too little breathing space. So we go in here to advanced. We're going to give it some padding. So we go over here, we're going to unlink it and on the top, and we're going to add in some view width. On the top, I want 2, and on the bottom, I also want 2. There we go. Now we have way more breathing space. Maybe we're even going to give it 3 of this. Let's add in 3 view width margin also, and all around 3. That looks way better. So now the entire section has more breathing space. Let's also do it with this one. Go to advanced, in the top 3 view width. That's great. Let's scroll down a little bit, create more spacing where we want it. In here, this one is too close to the other one. So we go into the section, go to advanced, go to the top and edit 3 view width. That is great. Also with the block section, go into here, go to advanced margin, and then we're going to unlink it. And in the top, I want also 3, and in the bottom also 3 view width. And then we have more breathing space in the page. Feel free to add even more if you want to do that. But this looks, I think, pretty great. Let's press update. And then we go to the checklist and check off your homepage. Excellent job. Now it's time to create a product page. Then we go over here and we go to press on exit. There we are. Before we now go further, we go to settings and we go to permalinks in here. Click on it. Then we're going to change the permalink structure to the post name, because for SEO purposes, this is very important. Press save changes. When we now look at our homepage, it looks absolutely gorgeous. But if you want to go to a category page, we go in here. We're going to style this later on in this video. Just hold on to your horses. The first thing we're going to do is, if you click on here, we go to the product page. This is the product page. We now have the different kind of options, as you can see this one. And we have the description and the reviews. And this is everything there is on this product page. Let's design this entire product page. Normally you can go over here, edit your product, but if I click this, we go to the WooCommerce product editor and we can change everything about the sizes, descriptions, everything within WooCommerce. Now, if we go back and if I want to edit with this Elementor, you can see that there is no way to edit this specific product page. That is because we need to create a template so that every product page will look exactly the same and we can change it in one go whenever we want to. So how do we do that? We go to our dashboard and then we go over here below Elementor are the templates and we go to the theme builder. Then we have a header, a footer and the loop item from the blog. So we're going to rename this, click on it. And then we click on over here, we click on rename, and we're going to rename the Elementor loop item to blog homepage loop and press change. Then we know exactly what's going on here. Then we click over here, all parts, and we can see that we now have header, footer, blog homepage loop. Great, but what we need is a single product. So we're going to press on this plus icon over here. There we go. And then we can see 3 different kind of blocks created by Elementor itself. Well, we're going to create it entirely ourselves, so we're going to click on this cross icon in the top. Now let's close the navigator for this page. Then on the left side, you see suddenly all these product elements. They're great, and we're going to use them in just a second. But what we need is the container from here. So a container into this field. There we are. Then go to this container. We go to style. We go to background type, and we're gonna give it our accent color. Then go back to the elements. We're gonna drag and drop another container in here. And this container, we go to style, we go to background type, and we're just gonna give it a white color. So we click over here, and the color picker over there, the white color. Great. And also go to border, and we're gonna add in a box shadow. And then we click on color, and we're gonna make it just a little less on 0.2. Then we go back to the elements. And we're going to drag and drop another container inside of this one. And then another container below that one. So like this. Here we go, 2 containers. Then we're going to add in all the products elements. So click on this one. Then we're going to add in the product images. Drag and drop it in there. Great. Then go back to this one. Then we're going to add in over here the WooCommerce breadcrumbs. Drag and drop them above the image. There we go. Let's go to the navigator, and we can see that this container contains now 2 containers, and we need to select this container. And in here, we go to layout and change the direction to a row horizontal like this, or else things will go wrong. And then we can see that I also made a mistake because this container, the WooCommerce breadcrumbs, is not in the right container here. So we drag and drop it in there, and now it's good aligned at the right way. That's the way we should do it. Then while we're here, we're going to change all the names of the containers. So we're going to change this to left column, and we're going to change this to right column. So you know exactly what's going on. And then we have over here the product container. And in the product container, we have the first section. There we go. Now it's clear when you're going to edit it, you know exactly what's going on the left and right column. Then on the right column, what do we need? Of course, we want to have the product title first. Drag and drop it over there. Here we go. We're going to style this. It's an H1, and we go to style. We're going to change the typography to make it a little bit bigger. So change it to rem, and we're going to create it to rem over there. Then we go over here, back to the elements. We're going to add in the product price and do it below the title. And then we're going to add in the add to cart button. Drag and drop it here. Great, close the navigator for just a second. Then we need to add in some more. Click over there, and we're going to add in the short description. Place it below the add to cart button. Put this above the add to cart button. Then we click over here. Then we go to typography over there. We're going to change it to the text one. This looks way better. Text color, use the primary color. And also with the pricing, we need to have the secondary, and we want the color to be primary. This is excellent. Then we go over here. We're going to style this little box. Click on this one. Then we go to the button. Let's change this button a little bit to make it more like our style on the website. Let's change the typography. Click on default and change it to the text typography. Then we're going to change the typography because we want to have it transform it to uppercase like this. Then we scroll down a little bit, and we have the text color. The text color should be white in here. And then the background color should be our primary color like this. Then we go to typography. We're going to change it to 500 medium. And then we need to add some more padding because the add to cart is way bigger than our shop now text from the homepage. So we close the typography and we go to padding. First, unlink it. We're going to change the left side to 25 pixels and also on the right side. There it is. Then we go change this one, the color. So we close the typography. Here you can also hide the quantity. If you just want people to order just one thing, you can hide it in there. But I think it's very logical to have more of them. Then change the typography of this one to the text. We have the border type. We have now a border around it. If I actually don't want it, so I'm going to put this on none. Then I also want to have some more padding. So unlink this. And then we change the right side to 10. There we go. And on the top, we're also going to add in 10, and on the bottom also 10 padding, because this way our button is now the same size. All right, then we go to variations. Then we can see the spacing and space between. Put the space between on 0, so that is smaller, and also the spacing, put it on 0. So now we have it a way smaller module over there. The label of the color is just this color label actually. So we press on it and change it to primary. Then we go into typography and we're going to make it into rem. And then we're going to change it to 1 rem. Then the weight, I want to have it normal because I don't like the bold weight. Then we go to the select field. The color should be our primary color. And then the background color should be our accent color. And then the typography of this gold should be our secondary typography. Also on the label, I want this to be the text typography. Put this also on accent, and I want this also to go with accent. There we go. But we need to have it a little bit bigger. So we're going to change it to a rem. And I want to change this to 1 rem. And also with the label. So I go back to label. There we go. And change it to 1 rem. Then we want to change this typography to the text typography. And now we have the same. So that's beautiful. Then we do gonna change the width a little bit because I don't like how width it is. Let's make it even the same size of the add to cart button so that it looks just a little bit nicer. And then we cannot do any more over here. We scroll up and we go to layout. Now what I wanted to do was remove this little grayish color behind the variations. But there is no option to do this. This is something that Elementor Pro really needs to add in their options because I think it is a simple option. But no worries, if you do want to change it, we can always use some custom CSS. So go to the custom CSS file, and then we also have a snippet about the product page. So we're going to copy this entire thing, right click on it, copy it. Then we go over here to advanced and we close the layout section. We go all the way down to custom CSS and we're going to paste it in over there. Look at this. Now the background is transparent. Beautiful. Then we're going to add in some more cool stuff. So click on the elements. We're going to add another widget. So type in the icon box. There we go. Drag and drop it over there. Then we're going to change this to comment. Put it in over there. Press insert. And then we're going to change the description to contact us. And then the title will be need some help, contact us. And then we're going to place the link /contact. There we go. We're going to create a contact page later on in this tutorial. And then we go to style it. Icon position should be on the left side. And then the vertical alignment should be in the middle. Then we go to the icon. And we're going to change the primary color to our dark brown. And then we go to the spacing. And this is great. Sizing should be something like this. 30 pixels. And then we go to content. We're going to change the spacing of the content to 0 pixels, like so. And then we go back to icon. Now we can change it a little bit more to make it 46, 45 pixels. Beautiful. We go back to content. And then we go to the description color. And we're going to make it our primary color. And then the other color, also primary, beautiful. Let's change the icon to another color. I don't like this brownish color. Let's make it orange. Yeah, this color looks way better. Maybe we're also going to change the add to cart button to this. We'll see in just a second. This looks great. Need some help? Contact us. Let's change the contact us a little bit smaller. So we go to the description, typography. We're going to change the size to a rem. And then we're going to change this to 0.9. Then what I want to do is I want to create another container inside this container to get them next to each other. So we go to this Elementor. We're gonna close the product. We're gonna drag and drop this container into this container. Is it still possible? Of course it is. Just drag it there. Here we go. Then we're going to the navigator. You can see we have one container. Then drag and drop it into here. There we are. And we're going to press the icon box, drag and drop it inside this container. There we go. Then we're going to right click on the icon box and press duplicate, press on this container and change the direction to a row horizontal. Beautiful. Then the second icon box, we're going to change this, change it to the icon box, insert, and we're going to change the text to product ships in 3 to 5 business days. I'm going to remove the link. Then we're going to change this style because I want the content, I want the icon to be a little bit smaller because this is a very intense box. So change it to 40. Then we're just going to add in a little bit more spacing like this. And we're also going to change this spacing also to just a little bit more pixels, 16. Yeah, beautiful. All right. Close the navigator. Then we go to elements and we're going to search for the divider. There it is already. And we're going to add it in over here. And we're going to change the divider. The style is solid, which is great. Then we go to style and we're going to change the color to our light gray. Where it is? Gray. Yes. Then we're going to duplicate this divider and also drag and drop it below the price. There we go. A little bit too more spacing between the pricing and the divider. So go into the pricing and then we go to spacing. No, then we go to advanced and we go to unlink this. And we're going to change the bottom margin to -10. I don't know why it's in there actually, but this is better. Then the next thing what we want is of course the product rating. So we're going to drag and drop it below the price. There we go. And then we're going to style it, but we cannot see it right now, but we're going to style it. So the star color should be our orange color. So that is the same as this one. And that looks absolutely fabulous. Empty star, also change it to the orange. And the link color should be our primary color. And just keep it a little bit like this. We're going to style it when we have some reviews. Press on publish. Then we're going to add a condition. I want to include it on every single product. And then we press save and close. So this is now a very clean product page, but maybe people want to learn even more about your product. So we open up our navigator. We go to the first section, right click on it and press duplicate. And now we have another section below this one, exactly the same. Close the navigator for just a second. And I don't want to have the breadcrumb. I don't want to have the images and I don't want to have the title in there. I don't want to have the price. I don't want to have the reviews. I do want to have a divider because on the left side, we're going to add in product content. We're going to add it in on the left side. There we go. Click on it. And then we're going to change the typography to our text. Then I want to change the text color to our primary color. Then on the right side, I want to have, click over here. I want to have product meta above the, there we go. And I also want to have to go to this one. Then I also want to have some product stock and place it below the categories over there. If you have stock, it will show over there. And then we also want below that, we want product data tabs and put it in below the divider. There we go. Delete this one, delete it and delete this one. And also this one, we're going to change it. So we're going to drag and drop this below here. And we're going to take this container and drag and drop it over here. There we go. So then we're going to remove the product content because it's already in here. So we're going to drag and drop this element and put it on the left side. There we go. And I want the left side to be bigger than the right side. But then also I want this container also on the right side. Sorry guys, it's just a little finding what we want. And I want this divider to be deleted. Then what I want to do, I want to have this container some other size. So we go into this container. We change the content width to full width. We're going to change it to 70%. And then in this container, go over here, change this to full width. Change this to 40%. And then this container to 60%. Now this is great. Then what are we going to do? We go first change this one. Click on the edit product data tabs. The text color should be our primary color. Then change the typography. because I don't like this description. It's way too big. So we go into the typography, change it to primary. We can also change the border radius to make it even more round. We always use 15 pixels. So this is excellent. Now we're talking about border radius. Let's also add it to our containers. So the biggest container over there, go into styling. Then we go to border. Also going to add in 15. There we go. Beautiful in here. Also with the other container, go into the biggest container, go to the style, go to border, and change this also to 15. Now this really starts to look like a professional product page. Am I right? Then we're going to change it a little bit more, because what I don't want is these things in red. I don't like this red color. How do they come up with this ugly color? Go into the link, change the typography to our text, and then we're going to change the color to our primary color. Then we go into the typography of the link, and I want the link not to be big. I want it to be light, and also want it to be a little bit smaller. So we're going to change this to rem again and make it 0.9. Normally you have only one category, but because of this tutorial, it looks like this. All right, this looks really great. Then, of course, these icons should be another icon because it's just the same. So we're gonna click on it, and we're gonna change this icon to thumb up. Here we go. And we're gonna change the text, the title to 30-day money back guarantee. And then the description for 30 days, something like this. And then you can see that I actually don't need this container anymore because, well, it can also just be full width. So we drag and drop it outside of this container to the container below there. And this container, well, we just can delete it. Great. Then you can see that on the description, we really need to change some things, but that's going to happen. Just hold on. Then the product ships in. We're going to change this to another icon. Search for the icon called lock. There we go. Press insert. 100% privacy guarantee. And we're going to type something like, and we will never spam you with nonsense, something like this. Then we're going to duplicate this also. Press duplicate. Then we're going to change the last one to card, credit card. Here we go. Press insert. And then we're going to change this to save checkout. The payment is handled via our partner Stripe. We don't store any credit card information on our website. Then I think our product page is good to go. Maybe we'll change it later on if we have more insight in the products or things. We can always change it. I also want to have more images on the lower side. So we need to upload more images to our watch. So first we press update. Then we go over here and press on exit. And then we can see over here that we have now created the Elementor single product. So press on quick edit. We're going to change this name to single products. And just change the slug also to single product. Press update. Now we know that this template is about the single product. Then we go to products, all products. And we can see over here the Dump Watch Max. We're going to edit this one. And we go on the general, we scroll down and we're going to add in more images that are applicable to all variations. So we're going to choose image and then we press upload files. We're even going to add in the more Dump Watch information images. And then we're going to use the image, the waterproof and the heart rate. So we're going to select them. Here we are. And we're going to press on update. Then we go back to all products in here. And then we're going to click on view. And then we can see that now our product has this beautiful gold or the black one or the pink. And also these images will always stay the same. But I don't like the thumbnails in here, the way it's designed. So we go to Edit with Elementor, single product, click on it. And then we click on this module. When you see over here, where you see thumbnails, I want the border radius to be 15 pixels. And then we go to spacing and we're going to put this on 20 pixels. Now this is way better. All right, press update. And then we can see over here that our product page is really looking very nice. However, there's one thing I don't like, and that is this color selector. What I want is colors, to click on icon colors so that it then changes and then I can add it to my cart. Let's do that right now. We go to dashboard and then we go to plugins, add new plugin over here. Then we're going to look for variation swatches for WooCommerce, and we're going to add the variation swatches for WooCommerce by theme high. Press install now. And then we press activate. Then we press on settings over here, and we can see a simple interface which has swatches options. We can see product attributes, swatches, designs, global settings, and premium features. Well, we don't need the premium features right now. We're just going to use the product attributes. We have already created one attribute, which is called color. If we press on edit, we can change the swatch type to colors. Then we're going to set the terms color. For black, of course, it's going to be black. For gold, it's going to be our golden color. There we go. For pink, of course, we're going to select a pink color. Just choose whatever you want, what comes closest to your pink. There we go. Maybe a little bit lighter. Beautiful. And steel, like this. Okay. And then we press save. Now, this will make sure that we now have swatches. So let's go to our product and refresh this entire page. And there it is. Now we can change our colors to black, gold, purple, or gray. This looks way better than the drop down we had, but it's a little bit small. So we go to edit with Elementor, single product, click on it. And then we go back in here and we go to quantity, we go to variations, and we're going to change the width to 100% again. Press update. And then we have this product page, and you can choose the black one, the gold one, the pink one, or the steel one. Really beautiful. All right, then the next step, of course, is to add this to cart. So I want the black one, press add to cart. And then we see this message, Dump Watch Max had been added to your cart. And I don't like this thing over here. It's just strange. How does this work? Well, we go back to our single product, and then we can see over here another widget, WooCommerce Notices. So we're going to drag and drop this and put it all the way on the top. There we go. This is an example of a WooCommerce notice. If we want to change this, however, we need to go to WooCommerce settings. So we first press update, and then we go over here to the WooCommerce settings. Click on it. Then first on notice type, we're going to click both of them. So the error notices, but also the message notices. Then we go to the error notices and make sure the typography is set to text and the color to our primary color. Also with the message notices, go to color, make it primary color, typography, text. There we go. Now it looks the same as our entire website, which is absolutely great. All right, on message notice, then what we need to do is change the message notice. We scroll the way down, we go to the message notice box. The background should be our accent color. Beautiful. And then when we scroll down, we can change the button. Typography of the button should be our text. Then we're going to change the background color to our primary color. There we go. And the text color to our, just to the white color in here. Great. Then I don't want to have a border, so I put it on none. And then the border radius should be 15. Beautiful. And then we want some more padding, so unlink this. On the right side, we want 25. On the left side, 25. On the bottom, 10. And on the top, also 10. So now the button looks way more than our original, like the original web page. By the way, this border radius is way too big in comparison to our other buttons. So we're going to change this to 5 pixels. This is way better. And then we also want to transform actually the text. So we go to typography and we're going to edit it. We're going to click on here and change the transform to uppercase like this. Now this is way better than it was. Press update. On second thought, the notice box color should actually be the white color. So let's change it to completely white in there, and also add in a border radius of 15 pixels all around. That's way too much. I think 5 pixels is better in here. And then also I want to add a box shadow, which should be a little bit less intense. So put it again on 0.2, like our entire website. And the box shadow, let's unlink this, and let's unlink the top one, make it 0. And the right side, let's also unlink it to 0. I think this would be very nice with the other design. Also, let's use this on the message one. So we go to message notice. Then we're going to put the background color to white, completely white. Then the box shadow, enter it in 0.2 over there. And then we go with border radius, unlink it. On the top 0, on the right 0, and on the bottom 5, and on the left 5. I think this is the winning combination. Press update, and then we go press this cross icon and go back to our page editing. Then if we now go back to our product page and we're going to add in the black color, press add to cart. We are now here, and this message box is way more prettier than the original from WooCommerce. So I'm pretty happy with this. So our product page really looks very nice in here. Of course, change the description because it has no spaces in here. So then it just goes through the right side. That's not very nice. So you can change this. Also, we need some more spacing, I think. So we go back to our editing, then open up the navigator, go into your first section, and then we go to advanced, unlink the margin, and we're going to add in some view width of 2 view width on the top and 2 view width on the bottom. And also with the second section, change the name by the way to second section. And then also on there, go to advanced, change this to view width, unlink it. And on the top, we want 2 view width, and on the bottom 4 view width, as we don't have 2 on this one and 2 on that one. All right, update it. And then we have way more spacing on our website, which looks better. Now, if we change this one, let me put this in, press on edit product. We're going to change this text because this text is just way too long in the description. And also let's style this a little bit, make it bold, like this one, make it bold. All right, press update, and now our description is way better, of course, but it's just a dummy product. You can press view in store, and then we go over here. You can see how this looks now. It looks way better than, because this is just the way it should be. All right, beautiful. Now, if you don't want to make your website put in a standard option, you can go into variations, and we press on edit, and you can uncheck this box, set default value. Now we press update. You can see that now there is none selected in here, but you can select it now and then it appears over there. So I think that is way better. Go to your checklist and check this box product page. Excellent job, well done. The next thing to do is create the cart and checkout page. When you press on the color and you press add to cart, you can see this one has been added to your cart, but then I want to go to my cart. So we press on view cart. And then we come to this page. This page doesn't look very good, so we are going to style it with Elementor. You can press on the top, edit page. Click on it. Now on the cart page, you can see there is no Elementor editor. Now before we click on this blue button, edit with Elementor, we need to delete all this. Why? If you don't delete it, it will cause a bunch of errors. To delete it is very easy. Just click on the left wide side here, click on it, and then you have selected the entire section. Then we go click over here, options, and click on delete. Before you start edit with Elementor, press on the update button. Really important. Okay, now we have an empty page with just the title cart. And now we can click with edit with Elementor. All right, then we are at the cart. Then on the left side, we're going to close the basics in here, and then the pro and the general, and then we see WooCommerce. This is exactly what we want. So we're going to just scroll down over here, and now we can see that we have the checkout, the cart. Now let's drag and drop the cart into the container over there. There we are. Now we have a beautiful cart already out of the box. It is just like this. Now we can change the layout to 2 columns or just 1 column. It's completely up to you. For this design, I really like to use 2 columns. So this way it's more like a 1-page checkout, which already looks pretty good. Now, Then we can change to make the right column sticky. If you enable this one and you have a long list of products, this right side, the cart totals, will just scroll down with people. I really love this feature. Keep it enabled. Then we go to order summary. In here, we can change the update cart button over here and change where it's supposed to be. However, in this tutorial, we are not going to use the update cart button at all because I don't think it's necessary. And it's just an extra call to action that you don't want to have within your cart. All right, then we go to coupon. This is the coupon. If you're never ever going to use coupons on your website, you know that for a fact, just press on this hide button. It will make your cart a lot cleaner. For the sake of this tutorial, we are going to show it so you can change it on the way to go. I also will be showing later on how to add coupons to your WordPress website. Then you can change the text from apply coupon to something else. And then the alignment will only be effective when you're using a mobile or a tablet. Then we go to the totals, which is on the right side. Here you can change the alignment, change the section title. The update shipping button is this button over there. You can change that one, also align it to somewhere else or just justify it. That's also possible. And then we have the checkout button, proceed to checkout or buy now or whatever you feel good about inside of your web shop. Then we go to the additional options. In here, you can completely disable the update cart button in total. I would really advise you to do so, as it's just way more cleaner and you don't have an extra call to action on your cart page. Here we can customize our empty cart. If we enable this one, we can choose a template from our saved templates and then we put them in over there and then people will see that page instead of an empty cart. I would really advise you to use one as the standard page is just not that beautiful. Okay, then we go to style over here. We have different kind of sections and we can change the background color of all the sections. Well, as you know from me, what I would do is we're going to select this entire section and then we go to style and we're going to change the background type to our accent color. This is already way better. Then we go back to the cart module. Then we can also add a box shadow. Let's add this in and just a very easy 0.2. Like this, very light, and now it already looks like the rest of our website, which is exactly what we want. Then we go to the border type. We don't want to have a border. And then the border radius, we do want to have 15 pixels of border radius, just like the front page and all the other pages we are creating. So this looks very nice. Then let's go to typography. The titles, like these product and cart totals, should be our primary color in there, and the typography should be our primary typography, like this. Then let's go to descriptions. The color of the description should also be our primary color, and the typography should be the text one. Here we go. Then we scroll down and we go to links. Then the links color, we're gonna change it to our text color. This looks actually pretty nice, so you can know you can click on it. And also change the hover color. When you hover over it, it's now blue. Let's change this to our light blue, like this. Way better. Okay. Then we go to the radio buttons. We don't see any radio buttons in here, but let's change the color to our primary color right there. And also the typography, let's make it the text. Then click on forms over here, and we can see the rows gap. That's actually these rows we're talking about. Let's keep them on 0 pixels, which is great. Then the typography, we can change this to our accent, and this looks even better. But just let's make it a little bit bigger. So we go into here and we're gonna change the size to rem and change it to 0.8 rem. Beautiful. Then all of these things are pretty good. Let's scroll down and then we go to the buttons. The buttons typography should be our primary. And we want to edit it and change it to the transform uppercase, just like all the buttons we have in our website. Then we do want to change the text color. On the normal buttons, we want to have our primary color and the background type should be white because we don't want to have all these call to actions. And we want to have the border as a solid. And also the color should be our primary color, like this. And then on hover, the border color should be our light blue, like this. And then the text color on hover should also be light blue. Here we go. Let's change this to orange. Maybe this is, oh yeah, this is way better. There we go. Now we have the buttons turn orange, which is also part of our complete style in our website. So this is beautiful. Okay, then I just want to make the text a little bit smaller. So we have the color in here, which is great, but the typography of the buttons should be this size. Let's change it to rem, and let's just turn it into 0.8, because I don't want these buttons to be very big, because I wanted to go to proceed to checkout and not all these buttons in between. Okay, very good. Then we scroll down, we have the order summary. We can change inside of the order summary the rows gap, like this. I think 25 pixels is perfect. Then we can change the title color. Let's change it to our primary color, beautiful. Typography, I think use the text one, but I do like the primary on the titles. It just reads easier, so we're gonna do that one. Then we scroll down and then we change the color of the items to our primary color, and the typography is excellent. Keep it like that. Variations, also make it the primary color, and that's all good. Then we have the color inside of these is primary, which is great. Then we can change the color of the divider to our gray color, which is more in line with the other dividers we used on our website. Okay, then we scroll down and then we have the quantity borders. So I would suggest to put it on 0, that you don't have any borders at all, as this is way more cleaner and nicer of a design. Then we go to totals on the right side. You can change the row gaps. These are the row gaps. I would suggest to put this on 25, so you can see the subtotal in there. Let's change the color of the title to the primary color, because this is a very important one. Then we have the divider total. Let's turn it on gray and put the weight on 1 pixel, just like the other one. Then we can change the typography also of the titles and total. Let's change it to our primary one. And that's beautiful. Now it's just a little bit bigger, so people can actually see their subtotal. Then we go to the checkout button in here. The checkout button should be our primary. And we also want to do it uppercase. So go over here and change it to uppercase. Let's keep the text color on white. That's great. Change the background type and change it to our primary color. There we go, a beautiful black button. And let's change the border radius of the buttons to 5. This looks really nice. And then last but not least, we can customize, and then you can select sections of the cart to customize. If you now go to coupons, for example, we can customize it. And then we can go to the button, because I think the button is way too big. And then we can change, for example, the padding of this thing, because I think it's a little bit too big. So let's put it on 10, and then it's just a little bit smaller, you know? That's actually everything we can do in here. And then you can also customize the totals, but there's actually not very much you can do in here, except for just changing the background color of this total. But we're not going to do that. All right, our cart looks pretty great right now, but one thing is left. I don't want to have this title in here. I don't like the cart title. So what are we going to do? We go to the settings of this page and we go to hide the title. There we go. But then we need some more spacing on top and bottom. So we go to this container. And we go to advanced, and then we go to the padding. You have guessed it, unlink it. And on top, we're going to use view width. On the top, I want 4 view width, and also on the bottom, I want 4 view width. Because on the cart page, I do want to have a lot of space around everything that's going on in here. On second thought, when I look at this, I do want to change the checkout button even a little bit more. So let's change the text color to primary and the background type. Let's change the color to our orange. Here we go. I think this is a way better call to action. And when you hover over it, I wanted the text color to be white. So I'm going to delete this one. And then the background type, I wanted to go to our primary color like this. And then I think we have a really good proceed to checkout button in there, which is even better than what it was. Press update, and that means that we can also add in our cart button to our header. Then we click on this menu and we go to the theme builder in here. Then we click on the header and click on edit. Then we scroll all the way down and you can see we now also have on the WooCommerce tab, we also have the menu card. We can drag and drop it and put it inside of our container on the left side. There we are. We have this cart button now, and let's go to the navigator and just change the menu cart to put it after the WordPress menu. Then we're going to change the cart a little bit. The cart icon is great. We can change this one to a light, or make it a basket, make it a bag, or just a custom icon if you want that. But let's go with the basket solid. This is beautiful. Items indicator could be a bubble or could be plain. I really like the bubble. And then I want to show the subtitle and hide the cart entirely when it's empty. That is a good practice. And the alignment, it should be on the right side. Later on, this will be visible. If you go to the cart right now, then we can change the cart type. Do you want to have a side cart? If you click on it, you can see exactly what I mean. Do you want to have a side cart or do you want to have a mini cart? A mini cart is like this, and it also will be on the right side because of our menu is going in here. So the cart will be on the far right side. I would go with the side cart as I do like this design a lot. Open the cart on click or on hover. If you just hover over it, it will already appear over there, which can be very useful, but I want to go with a on click. So we click on it and there it is. Then you can change the cart position on the left side or on the right side of your screen. Let's put it on the right side as our cart is also going to be on the right side. Then we have a close icon, yes or no. But I actually do like the aesthetics of this, that you don't have a cross icon inside of your screen. So we're going to hide it, but feel free to just enable it. If you do want to enable it, you can choose left side or right side, upload the SVG, or just use a different icon in there. We're going to hide it because I don't like it. Then we can also remove the item icon. It's this cross icon over here. However, the thing with this remove item is, I think you can also do this inside of your cart. So you can go to your cart, you can change the amount and delete them from your cart. I think that's the way to go right here on this website. But if you do want to have it, just enable it and just change the color, and it's all great. Then you have the price and quantity. You can change the location of it on the bottom or at the top. Let's put it on top over there. Then we have dividers. We can show it. I think it's a good practice to show them. Then we have the view cart button and the checkout button. I would both show them, and then you can also change the vertical alignment to the bottom, but I would just keep them where they are at the top. This is great. Then we have additional options. You can automatically open the cart when a new item has been added to your cart. Then people know, hey, there's something going on. It has been moved inside of my cart. This is actually a good practice to have. And just keep this on, which is a great feature. Then we go to style. Change the text color of the menu. Of course, we need to change this to our accent color, or else we cannot read the amount. Also, the icon color, change it to the accent color. And then the background color should be transparent, great. And then we border. I don't want to have a border, so I'm going to put this on 0. Now it's gone and it looks way better. Then also on hover, I want the text color to go with the orange. Here we go. And also the icon color, I want to put it on orange when hovering over it. Beautiful. Then we go back to normal. Then the border width is great. Radius is also great. Typography, let's change this to our primary, but it already was, so that's excellent. Then the icon size, I want to make it just a little bit bigger to go with 25 pixels. Why do I want it? I just like it. And then on typography, we also want to change the text size. So change the text size to rem. And then we're going to change this to 1.1 rem. And then the icon size should be a little bit bigger because we've changed the text size. Make it 20 pixels. Perfect. Spacing, let's put a little bit more spacing between the icon and the basket. 15 pixels. And here we can also change the text color of the items indicator and the background color and also the distance. But I think this is a very good distance and good color. Then we go to the cart. In the cart, this is the cart. You can change the background color. Let's keep it on white, which is perfect. Then you can also add in a border type. We don't need a border because we already have a little bit of a shadow. As you can see, the shadow is already in here. Let's change it to the 0.2 like we have in all our sections. And then we can go over here to change the subtitle color. Let's put it on primary. And then the typography should be our primary typography. This looks way better. The alignment, you can also align it on the left or on the right, whatever you want. Let's keep it on the center, which is beautiful. Then the divider style, you can change it if you want to do it. Put it on solid, and then you can just play around with these styles. But I'm gonna delete it and put this on none because I do like the 2 dividers in here. Then we scroll down a little bit, we go to products. We have the product titles. Then the typography of this should be our primary. And then the color of this, I don't like this red thing. So we go to secondary color. This looks great. And on hover, I want it to be our orange. There we go. This is way better. The only thing I want to change in here is the product pricing. So we're going to change the color to our text color. Then the last thing I want to change are the buttons, because those buttons are not the buttons we have in our entire website. We're going to change the typography. Let's put them on primary, and then we're going to change them to uppercase. There we are. And I'm just going to make them a little bit smaller. So put them on rem, and let's make it 0.9. Then the border radius, we're going to put it on 5. And then we have the view card. We're going to change the text color to white and the background color to our primary color. And when you hover over it, I want to go to background color to go to orange, like this. And the text color to go to our primary color. So then it goes with like this. Beautiful. And then we go to the checkout, and actually I want the checkout button to be the opposite. So the text color of our checkout button should be our primary color, and then the background color should be our orange. Beautiful. And then we're also going to change the hover mode. It should be white in here, and then the background color on hover should be our primary color. So when we hover over it, it turns to this button, and when you hover over this one, it goes to this. Really great. Looks amazing. And then the last option in here are messages. If you go over here, you can have an empty card message color. Let's change it to primary, and typography is also primary, which is great. Alignment should be like this. Press update, and then we have our beautiful card icon also in the top of our header. Let's continue with our checkout. So we go over here and we press on exit. And then if we now go to our website, we go onto the cart, and then we go to checkout, or view cart and then checkout, then we go over here. This checkout really must be customized, as this is just a very boring checkout page. So the first thing we're going to do, not click edit with Elementor, but we click on edit page again, just like with the cart page. Again, we need to select the entire section. This time we don't click on the left side as nothing happens, but in between, in here, we click on here, and then we go to here and we press on delete. Now everything is gone, press on update. And then we go edit with Elementor. Then again, the first thing is we go to settings and we're going to hide the title. Then we go to our WooCommerce elements all the way down. And then we have in here the checkout. So drag and drop it into here. Then we go to this container. And we're going to change the background type to our accent color. And of course, what we also want to change in here is a little bit of padding. So we unlink it and we're going to give it a top of 4 view width. In here for view width. Great. Also on the bottom, let's add it for view width. This looks way more organized. Okay. And then we go to style also the checkout. Now the first thing, we can change the layout to 2 columns or 1 column. I do like the 2 columns, as it is way better because there's a lot of information people have to see in here. Then we also have the sticky right column. If you enable this one, then the right side stays sticked. But we cannot use it right now because we have the coupon code in here, but we're going to delete that, as I only want to show the coupon code inside of my cart and not in my checkout. In my checkout, I just want people to go to the checkout, fill in their information and pay, and that's it. Let's go back to general. So if we now make the right column sticky, you can see that this is way better. It just stays in here while they scroll, and that's fine. But I want to have a little bit of offset in here. You see, I don't like this. So I'm going to put in the offset to this. These are pixels. So I'm going to change it to 50 pixels. And this way it will stay on the right side. Let's change it to 25 pixels. A little bit of breathing space in here, which is great. Then we have the billing details. The first thing on the billing details is we can change the section title. We can change some things like first name, last name. You can place the default content, you can change the placeholders and the labels. I think all the labels are very clear now for my audience, so I'm just gonna keep it like this. Okay, then we go over here to shipping details. On the actual checkout, if you scroll down, you will see that they ship to a different address. Only if you click on it, you will see this entire thing. So on the normal page, you won't see the ship to a different address, but only if you enable it. And that's exactly the way it should work. One other thing I noticed, when you scroll down, you still don't see the place order button. So I'm going to remove this sticky feature, as I do want to have this checkout button always visible. So go to checkout. In general, I don't want the right column to be sticky. Like this. This is better. Okay, let's get back to shipping details. You can also change all these shipping details in here, just like the billing details. Let's go to additional information. It's this box over here, order notes. Order notes special about your order for delivery and all these things. You can hide them if you don't want to have this, but I suggest you keep it on, as it could be useful sometimes. Then you go to your order. The your order section is over here, and you can change the name and change the alignment. Excellent. Let's go to the coupon, and we have hit it also. And at the payment options, there's not much we can do. Let's go to styling. We want to style. These sections are great. Let's add in the box shadow. Again, put it on 0.2, and like everything we have. Great. We don't want to have a border, so put it on none, but we do want to have a border radius of 15, just like the other pages we are creating. Then we scroll down, we go to typography. All the color of the titles should be our primary color. The typography should be our primary one. This is beautiful, just keep it like this. The secondary titles also use the primary color, and all the typography should be the text. Then we go to descriptions. The color of the descriptions should be primary, and the typography should be text. Then we go to the messages, color, primary, typography are these things over here. Pay with your credit card via Stripe. Let's keep it on primary, but then we're going to change the typography to make it not semi-bold, but normal, and also just a little bit smaller. So we're going to change this to rem and make it 0.8 like this. Then we go to forms. In there, the column gap, the row gap, the labels, we can change it, but I want to change the label color to primary and the typography to be on the accent. Then we go to the fields. Typography should be also the accent color. This one, so people can actually fill it in over there. The color should be our gray color. This is even better. And then we scroll down and we can change the border radius of all these fields. Change them to 15 so that it's a little bit more rounded. It's beautiful. I think we also should do this on the cart page. We didn't do it. So let's press update. And then we go quickly to our cart, view cart, press edit with Elementor. And then we go over here, we go to style, and then we are at the forms. And let's change the border radius at the forms also to 15. Yeah, beautiful. All right, update. That was the last thing I just needed to put into there. All right, let's get back to the checkout. This is starting to look pretty good. Then we scroll down, we have the buttons, we have the text colors. Oh, we did it. We have the order summary. That's this thing over here. Then we have the rows gap. I actually want to diminish the space between them. So let's put this on 10 pixels. I think this is better. The color of the items should be, let's put it on gray. And let's put the typography on text. And let's make it a little bit smaller because I don't like this. So put it on rem and let's make it 0.7. This is better. We can also make it just a little bit medium. So this is a little bit better to read. Semi-bold, no, that's too much. Medium is great. Perfect. Variations, also same color. I'll make it gray, and the typography also the same. Then you can also add in dividers. We're not going to do this on this website. Then we have the titles and totals. Let's change the color to primary, as I do want this to be very visible. Let's change the typography to make it just a little bit less bold. Now it's medium, I Now it's semi-bold, I think. Let's put it on normal. Yes, that is great. Then we go with the purchase button. The button in here, and of course we're gonna change this to the primary, and we're going to make it uppercase. There we go, place order, and then the text color should be white. The text color should be primary, and the background type should be our orange color. There we go. Okay, then I think everything has been customized that we need to customize. We could also customize additional information, shipping address, and order summary, but all these things are actually the same that we've already done. It's always a good practice to add in some more USPs or some other converting icons so people help with the payment for a little bit questions they could have. So we're going to add in a container over there. Then we go to our single product, and we're going to copy these 3 things. And you can just copy more of them. So select one, hold Control down on your keyboard and select this and this. Right click, press copy. Then we go to our checkout and we right click on this and press paste. There we go. Then this container, I want this to be a row horizontal. Just beautiful. I'm gonna make them a little bit smaller so that it doesn't get that much attention. So click on one of them, go to styling, go to the icon, go to content. Then we're going to change the typography of the title, make it just smaller, like 0.9 rem, and then close this one. Also go to the description, change the typography to 0.7 rem. Then also the icon, I'm going to change it just a little bit in sizing to make it 30. There we go. Right click on it, press copy, then select this one and this one, and holding down Control and press paste style. Here we go. I think we've created a beautiful checkout page. Also, if you still want to have more, you can also add in over here. So we go to containers, add in a container in there, another one, go back to the product, and we also have these ones. Need some help, copy it, paste it in here. There we go. And another one, also this one, copy it and paste it in here. Then this row, we're gonna make it horizontal, and then we're also gonna put some space evenly. Then we're going to duplicate this one, duplicate and create another one, which is, let's search for tree, put it in, press insert, and let's change this to, we plant trees to compensate, something like this. And let's add in another one, just press paste. The last one will be headset, insert it, excellent, surface. All right, then we go into this row, and then I want to change it to space between. This looks better. All right, press update. And then I think our checkout page looks phenomenal. Let's go see it on the front end. So we go into here, we go exit. This looks amazing, guys. Well done. Excellent job. I think we've created an awesome checkout experience. Well done. And then we go to the checklist and we go to check off the cart and checkout page. Well done. The next thing we're going to create is the category page. From the dashboard of your website, we go to Pages, All Pages. In here, we can see a shop page. If you click on View, open link in new tab, then you see that this is the standard category page. It looked nice, but let's tune it and tweak it and add some filters to all category pages. It's going to be great. To style this, go to Edit with Elementor and press on Theme Builder. Then we go to this plus icon on Product Archives. We don't want this one, so we're going to press on this cross icon. The first thing we're going to do, of course, is add in some beautiful containers. Press on this plus icon. We're going to use this structure over here. Click on it. Then we go to Style, and we're going to change the background type to our accent color. Again, real quick, we're going to style the containers. Click on this container. First, we're going to change the width to 25%. Then we go to Style. We're going to change the background to our just normal white. Then we also go to Border and add in a box shadow. Half, of course, 0.2. Go to this container. We're going to do the same. Open the container. Let's change the width to 75. And then we go to Style. Going to change the background type to our white color, like that. And of course, add in a box shadow of 0.2. Excellent. Then on border also, we're going to add in a border radius of 15 pixels. And we're also going to do that with this container. Here we go to styling, border, 15 border radius. Really great. And then we open up the navigator and we go to change this container and we're going to call it the product archive. There we go. And in here we have this container. We're going to change it to left column and this one to the right column. There we go. Then click on the product archive container in here and we go to layout and we're going to add in some column gaps of 25 pixels. Here we are. Then we go to advanced and on the padding tab, we're going to change this to view width and we're going to add some 4 view width. Oh, hold on. First unlink it, of course. Left side should be 0. Right side should be 0 and only the bottom and the top should be on 4. Now it's time to add in some elements. We go to this one, drag and drop the archive title in here. Now when talking about archives, I don't like the word archive. It feels like very old stuff, but you don't have old stuff. You only have new awesome stuff. So we're going to click on this wrench icon and we're going to disable the include context. Then we press on advanced and we're going to type in before all products in category called shop. Now this automatically changes with every different kind of archive page we're opening up on our website. So this always works. Then we go back to elements and we're going to drag and drop the archive products below this one. Here we are. Then I forgot to add some padding inside of this container. So we go to the right column, we go to layout and we're just going to add in 25 pixels all around. Great. Also do this in this container. Go to advanced, padding, 25 pixels all around. Because we need all this breathing space inside of our archive page. What I actually want on the left side is to create a beautiful filter, which we can use to filter the products on the right side. To do that, we need to have another plugin. I'm gonna use a free plugin, but there are many premium plugins out there that do the same job, just a little bit more beautiful. I'm going to show you the free alternative. It works great. It's not that beautiful, but it works. So let's go to the dashboard of our website in here. Then we go to plugins, add new plugin. Now we're going to add the plugin called Product Filter by WBW. This is the one we need. Press install now and we press activate. Beautiful. Then we go to the settings in here. Then we are here and we can see no filters, create your filter. Press on this button. Then we're going to call it the category product filter. Then we press on create. In here, we're going to add in some filters. So what we want to do is we want to add a price range filter. Edit. We also want to have the product categories. Add them in. And we also want to have the product tags. Maybe you have them. Put them in. And we also want to have the rating, add them also in. Now on the right side, you can see a little bit how your filter looks. This is the preview. Now let's change the price range to there. First want to have the product categories. Now there's a lot of options in here that are only for pro users, as I actually want to have a checkbox list, multiple select, but it's only in the pro version. So we have to stick to the drop down or to the radio buttons. Well, let's go with the radio buttons. Here you can change the text of it, and here you can add in a description. So let's copy this title to here, and then you can see it is also in there, and we can style it a little bit later on. I don't like actually this. What I want is a slider. So we're going to add in the price. So we have to delete this one, add in the price, and put it in over there. Now we can have this slider. Again, this is very basic. If you want the pro version, you can buy it, of course, but there are many filter plugins available. I think I'm gonna make a dedicated tutorial about the best and most beautiful filter for this website. But for now, this works actually great. Copy the price title in there, change it. Let's add in this also, price, here we go. Then we have product tags, just put them in also here, product tags. And then we have the rating. And we can open this one. Then we can add a drop down or single line star rating. This would be beautiful, but only in a pro version. Let's make it a drop down. And then we can also add in the attributes. Add it in. And now we can also filter on, let me see what attributes we have. Of course, the color. And now we can also filter on colors. And then we're gonna just add in here, color, like this. And now we have a very simple filter in here. Now, let's go back to our category page. Before we can reload this page, we need to press on Publish, click on Publish, add our condition, all product archives, and press Save and Close. Then we can press on F5 on your keyboard to reload this page, press Edit with Elementor, and use this one, Products Archive. And now you see on the left side, Woo Filters. We can drag and drop and put it in there. Then we can select the filter called Category Product Filter. And there we are. It is now inside of our Elementor website. And also from here, you can go to filters and you can actually change your filter in there. So it works really great. The problem is the button. I don't like the button at all. And if you want to style it again, you go to Advanced Design, for example, the button, but we need to have the Pro version. But of course, I won't let you go with this layout on your beautiful website before you start making any money. So go to your CSS snippets file. And in here we scroll down and we can see the product filter. Just copy all this, copy it. And in advanced, we scroll all the way down to custom CSS and we're just going to paste it in here. Here you go. You're very welcome. Now it looks way more than our original design. Now we can see over here that the top margin is off in comparison with the other one. So we go into this container, we go to advanced, and then we're gonna unlink this. And then the top padding, we're gonna change it to 0. And now it is the same as the right one. I don't know why this has to do with this filter. I click on this button. Then over here, we're going to disable the allow order. And then we can also disable the show result count, showing all 2 results. If you have a lot of products and you filter them on the left side, you will see over here showing 5 out of 100 results, for example. You can enable or disable it, whatever you want. I want to disable it because I actually don't like it. It feels a little bit unprofessional in our web shop. If we go to advanced, this is the nothing found message. It seems we can't find what you're looking for. Let's change this to, we are sorry, it seems we have no products matching your filter, and press update. Great. Then we go to style and we can change the column gap over here. Let's change it to 35 pixels. And the row gap is perfectly fine on 40. Then we scroll down and we can change the title typography. It's on a primary color, so that's actually pretty great. The star color, if we have stars, let's make them orange, and also the empty stars, let's make them orange. Let's add in some reviews. Press on update. Then we go to our web shop on the front side and we go to our category page over there. And this is a category page for only the dump watches, all products in category dump watches. So we can click over here and we're gonna use the black one, and then we have some reviews. Now let's first add in a review, 5 stars rating. This dump watch is really, really great, and press submit. Now you can see Matt added this dump watch is really great. Dashboard. And then we can go over here to products. We have reviews. Click on this one. And then you can see that this review is from me and is already approved because it is my own review. If you have reviews from customers, they will show up here, but they're not automatically approved. You have to approve them manually. But we can see right now how it looks on the front end. So we go over here and we update this page and then we press F5 to reload it. And then you can see we have stars here. Woohoo! This looks beautiful. Let's also add it to the GameStation 5 and we're going to review it and press submit. Here we go. And we go to our products, refresh it, and then we can see these reviews. Now, great. If we now go to style again, and then you can change the star size, but also some spacing. If we now scroll down, you can see also the regular price. We can change that one, the typography, but this is all great. And then we have the button. I'm wondering, this button is select options and add to cart. do you think I'm going to add a product immediately to my cart from the category page? Maybe if I know exactly that I already want it, but then I've already read it and went to the website. I don't think this button is very appropriate. What I would say is that we just delete the entire button ourselves. How to do that? There is no option in here to actually delete the button from here. So we're going to use a little bit of CSS for that. We go to Advanced, we're still on the Archive Products module. We scroll down, we go to Custom CSS. And from the CSS snippet, you will also find one which says Category Page Hide button. Just select this one, press Copy, go into here and press Paste. It's that easy. And then we press Update. And when we now go to our website, if you scroll down, we can see all the categories. In the categories, you won't see any button now, but you can still, of course, click on the product, go into there, and then we can add it to cart. If we select one, press add to cart, it still works, of course, the way it should work. Don't worry, the button will only disappear on the category pages. Personally, I have never understood why the button add to cart is in here. Such a weird place. Now, what I don't like about this page is also the sale button. Let's see if we can change it. Go to Style, and we go over here to the Sale Flash. You can show it or hide it completely. I want to show it, but I want to style it a little bit. So we're going to change the text color is white now, which is great. The background color, I want to change this to our orange. This looks way more like our design. I love it. Then we go to the typography, and we're going to change it to our primary typography. Way better, but it's still a little bit big. So you can go to typography and we can change the sizing of this entire thing. If you change it to rem, we can even make it smaller. Just go into here. 0.7 looks way better than what it was. And we can also change it to go to, of course, make it uppercase. And then the position, let's change it to the left side. Do no more. This looks great. Press update. And now our product category page is completed. Well done. This entire page will be filled up with beautiful products of your own, but now you know how to create it and use it. Good job. It's time to go to the checklist and check off the category page. Excellent job. Now, before we're going to create our pages for the web shop, we still need to create a login and an account page. After that, we can start building the normal pages. Let's again go to our dashboard, click on Exit. Here we go. Then we go to All Pages. In here, you can see a page called My Account. So let's view that right now. This is now the account page. That doesn't look very nice, does it? So we're going to tweak and tune it. Before we're going to press Edit with Elementor, we're going to press on Edit Page. And we're going to just delete this one. So click on this one and press Delete. And then we press Update. And then we're going to press Edit with Elementor. Here we are. On the account page, we only actually need one element. So we're going to look for the widget called Account, My Account. Drag and drop it into this container. Then we're going to style this a little bit. First, we're going to remove the My Account. So we go to the settings of this page and we're going to enable Hide Title. Then we go to this container, edit it, and we're going to change the style. Go to the background and let's make it again our accent color. Then we go to Advanced, we're gonna give it some padding, switch to View Width for View Width, and on the bottom also for View Width. That's great. Then we go to this element. Then we wanna change this background of this module. So we click on it, but then you cannot see with style, there is no background option in here. All right, let's go to Advanced. We go to Background. And here we can change it to our white color over there. And then we can also go to border and make it 15 border radius. And also add in a box shadow of 0.2. That's great. Let's change some more things. First, we go to content. In the content, you can change if you want to have tabs on there or you want to have it vertically like this. Well, this actually looks really great. On the spacing, you can create some more space, but for now, we're going to put it on 0 pixels. Now, on the tabs, we can change all the names of all the tabs in here. If you want that, I think they're great. But there's another powerful feature over here, additional options, customize your dashboard. Let's enable this one, because then we can customize this entire place, because this is so boring. Just hold on, we're going to create that in just a second. First, we're going to style the left side. Go to styling. Then the typography of the tabs should be our primary one. And the color should be our primary color. Then the background type should be our white color. In here, this is way better. And then we go to hover. We're going to change the color on hover to our orange color, like this. And then the active state, the color should be again our primary color. And then for the color, this is this background color, we're going to change it to the accent color. And then we go to typography. Section titles should be primary. And then the color should be primary. Of course, scroll down. The general text typography should be our text color. The color should be primary. Login message also primary color, typography, primary. Then we also go to order details in here, and we're going to change the color to our primary color, typography, our primary typography, and also the items color, primary typography, text, variations is primary, and the typography is our text. All right, this is going to look great. To change all these links, go to typography. Scroll a little bit down, and then we have links over here. The color should be our orange color. And on hover, it should be our secondary color. All right, very nice. Now let's create a dashboard. Press update, and then we go back to content in here, additional options. Then we need to create a new template. So we go to saved templates, and then we're going to create a new template. The template we want to create is a section. So we put it on section, and we're gonna name it logged in dashboard and press create template. Then we click on this cross icon over there, and we're gonna create a simple template. Use your containers over there, put them in. So what we will create in here will be pushed in this really small dashboard inside of the login page. So we're gonna drag and drop a widget called the box, icon box, drop it in there. And then we're gonna change this one to search for the box icon. Here we go, insert. And then we're gonna change the title, manage your orders. And the text will be something like, see everything about your order, shipment date, track and trace codes, and invoices, for example. Then we go to style, and we need to change the icon position to our left. Then we go to icon, primary color is great. The size should be 75. Then we go to content. Then we're going to change the typography of the title. We're going to make it, put it on rem and make it 1.1. And then also the description, the color should be our primary color. Change the typography because we want to tune the line height to make it 1. This is way better. And then we scroll up and we go to box. And then I do want to have more spacing because it's way too close to each other. So let's make it 35. Okay, then we go to advanced and we go to background. We're gonna give this a accent color background. Then we also go to border. We're gonna add in the box shadow of 0.2. There. And then we also go to layout and we're gonna give it some padding on all sides of 15 pixels. Now, the last thing we do is we want to give it a link because it's kind of a button. So we need to have a link. Now to find the link, we need to put in over there. We need to go to my account. So you need to go to the website and then we type in the URL /my account like this, press enter. And then we are here. And then we go to orders and then we can copy this link. Just copy it. Then we go back to our template and we paste in the URL over there. That's the way we want it. Then we are going into this container, the top one, and we're going to change the direction to a row horizontal. Then this one, right click on it and press duplicate. But now you can see something strange is going on with this text. And that is because we did something wrong with the line height. Sorry guys, edit your icon box, go to the content, go to the typography of the description, and the line height should be like 17. That's great. Put it on 17. Okay. Press right click and copy and right there and press paste style. And then we're going to change the icon to a user. And let's use this user edit button, insert it. And then we're going to change the title to account details. And we're going to change this text to change your name, email address, and password. Great. Then the link is not my account /orders, but the link in here is account details. So copy link and paste the link in here. Beautiful. Now, these are actually two big buttons now. And if we want to make them as a real button, you have to style, for example, the background. So we go to this content, go to advanced, you go to your background, and then we're going to change the color on hover. The background type should be our orange. So on hover, it becomes like this. Also change it on this one, go to advanced, go to background. Then we're going to change on hover is going to be our orange. There we go. We can see that the width is not equally divided. So we go into here and we go to advanced, we go to width, and change it to custom, and we're going to change it to 50%. Also on this one, go into here, and then we go to advanced, width, custom, change it to 50%. And now we have those two buttons next to each other. Then open up your navigator and we can see we have the one container. We're going to change this name to first row, like this. And then we're going to drag and drop another container below that one, and we're going to call it the second row over there. And then we go over there and we're going to search for the module called products. Here we are. Put them in over there. Now, in the products tabs, I actually want to have 2 columns and just 1 row and no pagination. And the query should be the latest product. And this way they can see the latest products inside of the dashboard brought to them, especially by you. And then go to the query and we want to include all the latest products. Of course, we also need a new title for that. So we go into here, add in a heading, drag and drop it in here above this one. And then the heading text should be products, like this. And then go to styling, text color, primary, typography, primary. All right, now we press publish over there. Now, of course, there's a lot to tweak and tune about this thing, but we don't want to do that manually again. What you can do is go over here to your shop, your category, edit with Elementor your products archive. And then we just right click on this and press copy. Then we go back to our template and then we just right click on it and we press paste style. Here we go. Now we don't have to style it all manually again. Then if you want to show more products and make them smaller, you can change this one to make it 4 columns, for example. Or if you don't want this and you want to have 2 products, go to advanced and then you go to width and change it to custom, and you can change the width of this entire element. Whatever you want, I prefer to go with 4 columns so that it's smaller and you can place in more products in there. If you also want to remove the add to cart buttons in here, it's very easy. Go to advanced, close this one, custom CSS, and change the WC archive, only this text, change it to WooCommerce. There we are. And now the buttons are gone. Press update. Then we go to my account and we type in here dashboard. And then we see logged in dashboard template. Click on that one and now it is inside of my account. Press update and beautiful. What I would also find very cool to build in here is a personalized welcome message when you open up your My Account. And we're going to add in the author box. Drag and drop it in here. Now, the author box is now going to show the current author. That will be me. But you don't want this. We want to change the source to custom. The profile picture, click on dynamic tags, and we want to have the user profile picture in here. There we are. Then the name should also be a dynamic tag. Click on it, and it should be, scroll a little bit down, and we go to user info. Click on this one. And then you can click on this wrench. And then we're going to change the field to first name, because everybody who buys something on your website has to fill in the first name and last name. So this way you can safely use the first name. Then we go to advanced and we type in, before we type hi. spacebar, and after, comma, welcome back. Like this. So they will see their own picture, if they have one, and they will see their own name with welcome back. How awesome is that? We're going to delete this text from the biography over there. This just looks way better. Go to style and align it in the middle. Then we're going to change the HTML tag also to an H2. And then we go to styling and we go to author. And we're going to use the secondary color, but the typography, I want it to be bigger. We're going to change this to rem. Beautiful. And that's it. Press update. Now it looks really awesome. Now what we can do is add in this page to over here in our header. So we're going to copy my account, press copy. And then we go over here to the theme builder. And then we can change the header. Click on it and press edit. And then we're going to click on this one, log in my account, and change in a link over there, /my account. And then we go to icon, and then we go to hover modus, and our primary color will be orange upon hovering, like this. Great. Press update. Okay, then we go on exit this page. Then I go into private browsing, so I'm not logged in. And I go to my account in here. I click in. Then I have to log in again. And then I can see this beautiful page. Hi, Matt. Welcome back. And I can see my orders. I can see my downloads. Everything in here. So this looks really awesome. Let's go to the checklist and check off the login and account page. Excellent job. Now it's time to create a few normal pages and then your webshop is completely good to go, up and running. Now let's first start with the contact page. All webshops, of course, have normal pages so people can contact you, learn about the company, an About Us page, for example. So I'm going to show you how to create these two pages, the About Us and the contact page. After that, you can use those pages to create every kind of page that you want on your web shop. So let's start with the contact page. On your dashboard, we go to pages and we're going to add a new page. Click on it. And we're going to call it a contact page. Press publish. And then we press edit with Elementor. Then first we go to settings and we're going to hide the title. Of course, we press on this button and we're going to select the structure of this one. Here we go. Then we go into the navigator and we go into the container. We're going to change this one and drag it on the top. There we go. Then we can style the top container. Go to styling, add in a background type of our accent color. That is beautiful. Then we also need to go to advanced. Then we're going to put in some padding. So unlink it. On the top, I want to have 2 view width, and on the bottom also 2 view width. Great. Then we go into the first container. Over here, let's change the name to first row. We go to styling. We can change the background color to our white color in there. And then we go to border. Add in a border radius of 15 pixels, and then we're going to unlink it, and we're going to remove the bottom, put it on 0, and also left, put it on 0, because then we can line them out with the others below it. Then we go to this container over there. We go to styling, we go to background, and you're going to make it white, and also the border, and we're going to unlink it, only put it 15 on the bottom side, and we're going to add in a box shadow of 0.2. Again, very nice. Then the last container, we're also going to do the same with it. So we go to styling, background type, make it white, and then the border also unlink values, and only on the bottom side 15. There we go. Then the first thing we're going to add is a heading. So add in the heading over there in the first container, and the text will be contact us. Great. Then we're going to make this an H1 and we go to styling and we're going to change the typography and change this one to rem. Here we go. Then we go over here and we're going to add in some text editor. Add it in over there and type some text like. Then we're going to style this, go to styling, alignment on the left side, text color should be our, let's change the primary color, typography, text is beautiful. And the styling looks great. And then we go into the new elements and we're going to search for the widget form. Drag and drop it into there. Let's change the new form to contact form in there. And we're going to hide the labels because we use placeholders instead, which looks way better. And then I want the name and the email field next to each other. So we click on name, make the column width 50%. And then we go to email and also make it 50%. Beautiful. Now it's next to each other. That is way better than all these fields. Now we go to button and I want to change the button, and I don't want to make it justify, but put it on the left side. Actions after submit, it will be collected and you get an email. Now collect submissions, you can find them over there. And then the email is sent to your email address where you want to receive all these mails from your website. And then the subject should be something like you recognize new message from. Message should be all fields. So every field will be inside of that email. Then the from email is very important. Make sure that this is the exact domain name of your web shop itself. In my case, elementor.mortgagedv.com, but then you can change the email to anything you want, like info at. The from name should be easily to recognize for you in your inbox. Then press on update, refresh this page, go into here again. And now you can change the reply to field to the email field, which will save you a lot of trouble in replying to mails inside of your mailbox. And it will now send it straight to the client instead of yourself. So very important to keep that on. Then we go to style and we can change the column gap. Let's change the column gap to 15 pixels and also the row gap to 15 pixels. Gives us just a little bit more breathing space. We don't have labels, so we can skip this. We can also skip this one. Let's go to field immediately. Then the text color should be our primary color. So this is the name. Typography is excellent. The background color white, also don't change that at all. Let's change the border color to the primary color. Then we can change the border radius to, well, what do we use everywhere? 15 or 5 within this one, so keep it on 5. Then we go to buttons. Let's change the background color to our orange color. Here we are. And put the typography on primary. Then I also want to change it to uppercase. And then we're going to change the text padding also. So unlink this, and then on the right side, I want to have 35, on the left side also 35. On hover, of course, we want the background color to be our primary color and the text color to go to white, like this. Then we scroll down a little bit and we go to messages. And we have the typography, make it our text message. Our success color should be our light green. Our error message should be our primary color. And the inline message color also primary. And then we're going to add in a image on the right side, drag and drop it in there, and we're going to choose the image, which is our logo. And we only have the white logo, so we're going to upload now into our files and logos. We also have the normal Digitech logo, and that's this one. Make sure that the alt text is okay, select it and put it in over there. Then we go to styling and we're going to align it on the right side. Now there's a lot more we need to change in here. For example, I want to have this container go into advanced and we need some more padding inside of it. So just change this to 25. This is way better. Also do it in this container. Advanced padding 25. It's way better. Then we go also in here in this container, go to the margin, unlink it, change it to view width. On the top, we're going to add in 2 view width. I don't like the shadows on this entire page, so we're going to delete them. Go into border and just click on this one. Also on here, go to border and box shadow, delete it. Now it looks way better without all the shadows. There must be a way to fill it in on the entire container over there. So let me know in the comments if you know a better way to add them. Then we go to this one and we go to styling and we go to advanced and we go to the width, make it custom. Let's change it to 75%. We go into this container and then we go into layout and then we're going to change the direction to horizontal and then will be changed over here on the end. And let's reverse it also and then it's down there. Then we go to the biggest container and then we're going to change the advanced and the bottom also on 4 view width. Then what else we need? Drag and drop in the icon box over here and open up the navigator because I did something wrong. It should be in this container. Here we go. Then we're going to change the icon box, make it a building, insert it, then add in the address of your company, 55, for example, something like this, and remove the title entirely. Then we go to styling, make the box on the left side, vertical align it in the center, align the text on your left side, and then the icon spacing, this is great. Go to icon, primary color is excellent. Then sizing should be a little bit smaller, 40 over there. Then we go to the content, also the color should be primary. Go to the description, color, primary color. Typography, text, but let's make it a little bit smaller. Let's make it a little bit smaller to 0.9. That would be great. Go back to content because in here we need to have some break. So make sure that there's HTML in there so that it's okay. Also in here so that you can use some little bit of HTML. Okay, then we go back to styling because I want the content a little bit smaller to go to 0.7 rem. This is great. Then into this container, change this to a row vertical like this. This looks way better. Then we are going to duplicate this icon box, duplicate it. Then we're going to change this to a phone like this, insert, put in a phone number if you have one to people so that people can contact you. And then we go to this container and we're going to line it out on the start because I don't like how this works. We're going to give it some more spacing later on. That's okay. Close the navigator for now. Then we're going to duplicate this icon box. And another one is going to be, going to change this to the clipboard. And then we can change the new Chamber of Commerce number. Now let's make it a store. And we're going to change it to store. And then we're going to add in our Chamber of Commerce number. Something like this. Depends on the country. All right, and then this logo looks just a little bit off, so we're just going to delete it. And then we have this. In this container, I want some more spacing on the left side. Then we go to padding, unlink it, and on the left side, I'm just going to add in 50 pixels of padding. Here we go. Now, this looks really great for our contact page, really easy. Feel free to, of course, customize it even further as you want, but this will do for now. Press on update, and our contact page is great. Then go to the checklist and check off your contact page. Excellent job. Before we start creating the About Us page, let's first save this as a template. So we go over here and we press Save as Template. Then we're gonna call it Page Template and press Save. Then close this one and we go to our dashboard. So press Exit and then we press on Add New Page over here and type in About Us. Then we press Edit with Elementor. Now we press over here this icon, Add Template, click on it, and we go to My Templates, and we're just going to scroll down the page template. Over here you can press this button, Insert. Apply, and then we have the Contact Us design on the entire About Us page. So then we're just going to change this one, About Us, and we're just going to put in some text over here. Here we are. And then we're going to remove this contact form, delete it. Then I'm going to use this icon box and drag it to there. Then I'm going to change this one also to there. We're going to use this icon box and we're going to change this. We're going to use this one, the user tie. Click on it, press insert. We're going to change the description to 6,300 digitaggers. Then we change the content spacing to 5 pixels. Then we're going to change the icon spacing to 45 pixels. Then we go to icon. We're going to change the size just a little bit, make it bigger to 65. Then we go to content. And we're going to change the typography to make it 2 rem. And the title and then the description typography will be 1 rem, like this. Great. Then go to advanced. Then we go to the background. In the background, we're going to use our accent color. Then we also go to border. We're going to give it a border shadow of 0.2 and also the border radius 15 pixels. All right, now we have one of them. We are going to create more of them. So we're going to delete this one, also delete this one, and then we're going to duplicate this one over here. Change this to a truck. Here we go. 5 different send methods or whatever you like in there. The truck doesn't fit inside of the box. So we go to advanced. I'm going to add some more padding, so unlink it. And on the left side, I want 25 pixels. And also on the top, 5. And on the bottom, 5. Right side, also 25. And then we're going to copy this style and paste it to this one. There we are. Then I'm going to duplicate this one. And I'm going to change the icon. Change it to a star. Insert. 9 out of 10 score on reviews, for example. Then I also want this on the right side. We're going to delete this container. Then we're going to duplicate this container like this. And then we're going to tweak and tune this one. Make it a store. Here we go. And then we're going to use a tree. And over here, the last one will be a smile face. Here we go. 10 out of 10 culture score. Now, this looks really great. Now let's add in some people in there. So we're going to copy this container, duplicate it, then delete the text in here, delete it and delete this one. And also go into the settings in here, change the direction to row horizontal. Advanced, we don't want this one, so put it on 0. Then we go to styling, we go to border, and we go to remove all this one, put it on 0. Also this one, put it on 0. Now, it perfectly fits between the two containers. Now we're going to the elements and we're going to add in a author box. Drop it in over there. We are going to use these boxes to show in our team members of the website. Let's start with the source. It should not be the current author, but a custom profile picture. We're gonna choose the image. Go into your folder and upload the images of all the persons. It's inside the folder called team. There we have it. Now we're gonna make all the alt texts, of course. Let's start with this beautiful guy, Jericho. Put it in, and his name is. And then we're gonna change the biography. I just put in some text about this person. Then we go to layout and put it above, like this. Alignment in the center. Now, hold on, it's gonna look great. Just a second. Go to style. We can change the size of the image. Let's put it on 145. There's also a gap, but let's put this one on 5 pixels. And then of course a box shadow of 0.2. We're loving shadows over here. Okay, then go to the author. We're gonna change the typography of the author to just a little bit bigger. 1.2 rem would be great. And then we go over here to the biography. The color should be our primary color. And let's change the typography to the secondary, but we're gonna make it a little bit smaller, 0.8, like this. All right, great. Then we're going to duplicate it. And we're gonna change the second one to Maggie Watson. Here we go. Change the text. And then we're just going to duplicate this one also. And then we're gonna change to Loba Ash. And well, basically you get the point. And then change the picture to this one. Here we go. And then the last one will be our Gibraltar Revenant. Really great. Now, to style it just a little bit more, we can go to advanced. And I want to show you also another thing that you can create inside of your entire website. And these are the motion effects. There are a lot of things you can do with motion effects, like scrolling effects. When people scroll, things start to move on your website. But you can also just use mouse effects. When you hover over it, something moves on the screen. And you can make it sticky. And then we also have an entrance animation, which I want to use right here. Let's use fade in. And then we're going to use a delay. This is the third one. So it's going to be 750 milliseconds. We're going to copy this one and right click and paste the style to this one. Then we go to advanced. And as you can see now with motion effects, now we also have the motion effects on this one. We're going to change it to, this one should be 250. and then paste the style, go to advanced, go to motion effects, and there's no delay on this one. On this one, there should be a delay of 250. This one should have a delay of 500. And this one should have a delay of 750 milliseconds. Now, you can now see when we scroll down that these will fade in our page. So you can create beautiful things with all the motion effects. Then on this container, I want to have more padding. So we're gonna unlink it. And on the bottom, I want to have 50, and on the top also 50. Now we have a lot more spacing, and I like space. Okay, now the About Us page also looks really great. It's really easy. You can create anything you want, of course, in these pages, but this is actually the way I would do it. And maybe it's also nice to put in a logo on the right side in there. How to do that really quick, go in here and create this structure. Then we're going to drag and drop this container all the way on the top over there. Then we're going to copy the style of this one, copy and paste the style in here, paste style. Saves us a bunch of time. Then we go over here and we copy this container and we're gonna paste the style in here. There we are. And also with this one, copy and paste the style in there. That's very easy. Then go to About Us, drag and drop it in there. The text also in here. And then just in here, a image. Right there, choose the image. Let's use the dark logo. And there we are. Here we go. Let's change this a little bit because now of the borders, they're not all right. So we go to Style, Borders, and we're going to change this to the top, 15 and 0 over there. Also on here, go to Styling, Borders, and change the left one to 0. We're going to make the right one to 15. Then we go to this container in there and we go to Advanced, and we're going to change the bottom to 0 and the top to 4. Then we go to this container, we're going to delete this container, and we go into this container, and then we go to Advanced and change the top to 0. Here we are, look at this, beautiful. Then we're going to place this image in the center of this container. So edit the container, go to Layout, and then justify it in the center, just like this. All right, press publish. Our About Us page is now completely done. And you can create, of course, anything you want inside of this. Another cool trick is if you want all these things to be animated so that they count up actually. Let me show you how that works real quick. We just duplicate this entire container over there. Then we're gonna delete this one and delete this one and delete this one. Then this container, inside of this, you also need another container, like so. Then use this container, go to Styling, go to Background Type Accent Color. Yes, border 15, of course, and drop shadow 0.2. There we are. All right, now we have the container. Inside this, then we quickly place a icon. Here we go, icon over there. Change the icon to user time. Here we go, insert it, just like the left one. Make it a little bit bigger. Here we go. 75, okay. Then we go into here and we're gonna use a counter. Drag and drop the counter below it. Then go into this container and change the layout to the direction row horizontal. Go to the cool number, change this to DigiTaggers and change the number to your G members, maybe 6,300. And then we go to Style. We go to Number and we're going to change the typography to 2rem. And then we go to Advanced and Align Self in the center. Here we go. It's almost the same as the left side. And now what you will see when you scroll down, and now when we go to Preview Changes, what you will see now is that it's going to animate up like this. That could be a fun thing. And if you want to make this for all of them, just duplicate this container. Here we go. And just change it the way we did on the left side. But that's optional, and I think it will be very busy if all these things started moving at the same size, but now you know how to do it and you learned another trick. All right, let's delete this container so that we keep it like this. And press update on the lower side because our page is now done. Now it's time to actually create the menu in our website. And on the checklist, we are going to check off the About page. Well done. Now the next thing we're going to do is create our menu in the header. So press Ctrl E on your keyboard and go to the header template, click on it. Inside of this thing, we already have a menu. Click on this one. You can see there are no menus. Go to the menu screen to create one. Let's go to the menu screen, right click, open link in new tab, and it's over here right now. Let's call it main menu, and we're gonna display the location at the header. Create it. Then we're gonna add in some links to it. On the left side, we see pages, posts, custom links, categories, and WooCommerce endpoints. Let's go to pages. Click on view all. Then, of course, we need to have a home page added to our menu. Then we need an about us page and the contact page. There we go. Then also scroll down and add in the shop page. And then we drag and drop this to over here. All right, press save menu. Now, the funny thing is, if you also want to have categories inside of your menu from WooCommerce, this is not the way. How to do it? Go to customize over there. And then we are on our website. And now we can see that we have a beautiful menu already there. But I also want to have the categories. So we go to menus, we go to main menu, and we go over there, add items. If you click on it now, you can see suddenly product categories. Then we can just press plus on all these categories we have, like this. All right. Then we go over here and we're going to click on reorder. Then we're going to lower the shop 1, 2 down. Now it's here. Then we're going to press on game console, dump watch, all these things, and we're going to place it inside of shop. Put shop up again and up again. Here we are. Now we press on publish and press on done. Great. Let's close the customizer. Excellent. Now you can see over here that it looks something like this. Homepage, shop, all the categories, about us, and contacts. Now go back to the header where we are, and we're going to press on F5 or refresh this page. Then we are here. Look at this. Now it's already in here. Now we need to style it a little bit, so click on this. The main menu is good. Layout horizontal, vertical, or a drop down. Well, we actually want to use a horizontal, but the colors are too dark. So we go to style. We're going to change the text color. Click on it to use the accent color. Then we want to go to hover and change the text color to our orange color, like this. Great. Change the pointer also to orange, and that is the line below it. Or you can just make them transparent if you don't want to have a pointer at all. But I think it's a very nice thing to have. Then click on drop down. You can see over here the drop down is now white. Let's change the text color to our primary color. There we go. And on hover, you have the background color is this dark color. That is nice, but then you need another color for your text. So the text color should be our accent color. And then we have this. Way better. Okay, let's press update. Now this looks very nice and all, but I do want to have the cart on the far right side. So we go into this container over there, and we're going to justify the content with add some space between, like this. Now this is always perfect on all kind of layouts, because it just stays in the center over here. This one stays at the right side, and this one stays at the left side. Now let's change this icon, and let's go to the link, the homepage. And then we're going to update it. And now it just looks great. And I can always go back to the homepage pressing on this icon, or just use the homepage button. I really like the website. I also like the cart. It looks beautiful. We have an amazing cart. We have a beautiful checkout. Everything works just really fine. Now there's one thing I also want to show you. If we now go to the homepage and we scroll down, you don't see that actually the menu bar is not scrolling with you. But that's possible to do, and I think it's a very good practice. So we go back to our header. I want this container to scroll with us when we go down. So we go to advanced, close this one. We go to motion effects, and we're gonna change sticky to top. Here we go. Sticky on desktop, tablet, and mobile. There's no offset, so it works just like this. Press update, and that's all there is. If we now look at our website, I think we can be very happy. The top bar just stays in there, beautiful like this. You can always navigate in there. We have created a beautiful web shop. Congratulations. But the last thing in phase 2 is to make it responsive. I'm editing my homepage right now, and if you go over here to responsive mode, click on it, you can see that there is a new bar on the top. If you click now on mobile portrait, you can see that our website doesn't look very good on a mobile screen. So I'm going to show you exactly how we can change all this on the mobile version, so you know exactly how to do it and do it on every kind of page with everything we have created. It's very simple, but you have to know how. Then we're going to start with the header. So we're going to click over here on header. Click on it. We see over here we have a lot of things going on that are not necessary for a mobile website. First of all, the free shipping and all these things are not necessary for mobile. So we're going to click on this container. Then we go to advanced, just close layout. And in there we have a responsive option in there. Click on it. And then we're going to hide it on mobile portrait. There we are. And also this container, it doesn't look very well. So then I want to show a couple of things. I want to show the search bar and the logo, but not all these things. So we click on this one. We go to advanced, we go to responsive, and we're gonna hide it on mobile. Also with the favorite wish list, we go to advanced. If you want this, by the way, you have to get another plugin that integrates in WooCommerce, and then we can create a wish list. If you want to learn how to do that, put it down in the comments and I will create another video to show you exactly how wish list works. It's a very nice feature. And also hide this on mobile. There we are. Then we go to our logo. Our logo now is very small. So we go to styling and we're going to change the width to percentage. And then we can just put it on 100%. If we now go to advanced and we change the custom width on mobile portrait, then we can change the custom width to, let's use percentages for, well, let's make it the same size as the search one. Let's put it on 30% in there. And then you see on my mobile screen that it looks a little bit like this. That is way better than that it was, but I still don't like the icon with the login in my account. So go to advanced, we go to responsive, and I'm going to hide it on mobile portrait. Then we're going into this one and put this one on advanced, custom width percentage on the mobile, it's already a mobile, and put it on 50%. Then also this one, put this on 40%. There we are. Now press update. Then you can see that the top menu is way better. You might be asking, isn't there another way to check how it looks? Of course there is. Just open up your website in a browser, then go right click on it and press inspect it. In the DevTools, you can go over here and then we minimize this. And then you can see we have the website in here. You can change the sizes of your phones and then we can just check it on our desktop computer. Is way more easier than every time get your phone out. Then what we need to change is I don't want to have this icon in here. So we click on it, go to advanced, go to responsive, and we're just gonna hide it. Then this hamburger menu is not visible at all. So we're gonna click on it. We go to layout, then we're gonna go to the toggle button, and the toggle button should be our accent color. Great. And if we now click on it, this one will open on your mobile screen. But what I also want to do is I want to have this login button inside of my menu on mobiles, not on tablets and desktops. How do we do that? Very easy. Just duplicate it, press duplicate. Then we have two of them. Then the original one, we're going to hide it. Go to advanced, go to responsive and hide it on mobile. Then click on this one, go to advanced, responsive and hide it on desktop and tablet. Very important. Then we go to content and we're going to create a new menu. So go to the menu screen, open link in new tab over there. Then we're going to create a new menu over here and we're going to call it the mobile menu. Create it. And then in the mobile menu, we're just going to create it again. We're going to add the homepage, about us. We're also going to add in the contact, but now also my account and the shop page. Add them in, there we are. Let's change the shop to here, about us, contact, put my account in there, in the shop, and then we press save menu. And again, if you do want to have categories, go to the customizer, then we go to menus, mobile menu, and we're going to add items, all the product categories in here. Let's add them in over there, put the shop below that one, reorder them, put them all inside of the shop. Done. Shop again to there. Here we go. Publish. Then close this one. Then we go back to our homepage and press update first. And then we're going to reload it. Press F5 on your keyboard. And then we go back to mobile mode in there. Then click on the header. And then we go on our mobile and change the menu to the mobile menu. Press update. And now when you click it, it goes like this. But I also wanted to go full width on mobile devices. So we just have to flip a switch called full width. There we are. This is great. Then we go to styling, just style it a little bit, go to the drop down. We're going to create a border radius on the bottom and on the left side of 15 pixels. Of course, the shadow, here we go, 0.2. Now this is absolutely beautiful. And we also have a lot of space to make in the text a little bit bigger. So we go to typography over there and we're going to change it to, I think 1 rem should work pretty good now. And that's it. Really great. Add some more horizontal padding in there and some vertical padding. So have some more spacing for people with thick thumbs. There we go. Press update. And now the header looks really great on our mobile view. Also the card, really beautiful. It just works. I'm very happy. Then we're going to change this one because we need a lot of spacing inside of the mobile view. So we go over here. To do this properly, open up your navigator so you know always where you are. Because we don't need to change the hero, we do want to change the slider container. We go into advanced and on the margin and padding, you can see that automatically the mobile portrait has been selected. Then we just go add in some padding, just unlink it. On the bottom, I want to have view width. Of course, it's a good practice. Use 2 view width over there. And we don't need it on top, but we do need it on the bottom. Let's go with 4 view width everywhere. Then we go onto the right container. That's this one. And inside the right container, we have the first row. Inside this one, you have light blue and light green. Go to light blue, go to advanced, change this to view width. Here we go, unlink it. Let's add in 4 view width, also with light green, unlink it. And then on the bottom, 4 view width. Then we have the second row. We can already see that there is some margin in here. So we go to view width and we're going to change it to 0. And then we go to the second row. Inside of here, we have light brown. Let's go on advanced, change it to view width, unlink it and put 4 on the bottom. And also with a light pink, go to advanced, unlink it. This just works way better. But then we have all these icons. Looks great, but not that great on mobile because we have an uneven amount. So we need another one or just delete one on your mobile view. That's the easiest way to do this. And let's remove the affordable prices. Go to advanced, go to responsive and just hide it on mobile and press update. Now when you refresh it, you can see this, which is perfectly fine. Then we go into the categories. What do we see on mobile? We see that the sizing is off and we see here these borders on the left side. Okay, we go into here and we go into the first category count 1, but on mobile we want actually 1 column like this. Also with the dump watches, we want on columns, we want 1 column, and MacBooks also 1 column. Then we go to this one, go into this container and we go to styling, border, and on mobile portrait we don't want to have any, so we're going to put it on 0. There we are, way better. Do the same with this one, columns 1 over there, also in here 1 column, and go into this container. We go to style, we go to border, and we're going to put them on 0. Then we go to our scrolling image carousel. Actually, I want to have 3 like this. then it still looks like a slider and you still see a couple of logos, but they're a little bit far from each other. So maybe we can also fit in 4. And then we also need to go to styling and we need to change the image spacing to make it way more less, like 30 pixels, way better. Press update. Then we go over here. What we see in here is that this block template is not fully optimized. So we click on edit template. On the mobile, what we actually want is to have more space all around because it's way too close to each other and to the borders. So you press on this section and we go to advanced, and then we're just going to add in some padding all around. Here we go. That easy. Let's put it on 20 pixels. We go over here and we go edit the footer. Click on footer. We see an enormous space in here. To change this, we go to the container in here. Then we can see that we have a row gap and a column gap. Unlink it. That's it. Then we scroll down. We have the customer care, which looks great. We can also add in some links in here. So press on this icon. We now have, for example, my account. So we're going to add in a link and it should be on, just type in account and then it will automatically go to my account. Link options. That is fine. Just press update. We only need to change this color, but hold on, we're going to do that. All orders, we also have that one. Also the status of my order, all these things you can link out to pages that you're going to create or need to create. Also this one need to go to the account page. Excellent. And what do we need to do on mobile? We need to make it a little bit bigger because they're all very small and close to each other and people actually don't like that. Then we go to styling. We go to the typography, and on mobile, we want the sizing to be just a little bit bigger to go with 1 rem. That is way better. Also the line height, let's change it a little bit more, 1.6, so people can actually click the right text. Then if you want to copy this to this one, just right click on it, press copy, scroll down and press paste style. Here we go, also on this one, paste style. Then we can change also about us because we have a page now. And we're gonna, it's about us, beautiful. And we have our product range. We can do that one to shop. Great, apply it, excellent. Very good, press update now. Now this looks way better than what it was, but I don't like the strange purple color. Where do we change those link colors? Well, for this, we actually have to go to the site settings and we have to go to typography. Then in here we see link and we need to change the color of the link to the accent color. And now the general links in the text are now the normal accent color. Press update. Here we go. And then we're gonna close this one. And then we go back editing the footer. We scroll down and then we see, ooh, this doesn't look good at all. All these logos are just insanely big. Now, we don't want that. We click on the first one and then we go to advanced and we're gonna change the custom width to 20% like this. And then just copy and paste your style in there and also paste your style in there and do that with every logo. Here we are and this looks way better. But again, we have 4 logos and 3 logos in there. So that is not excellent. So go to your container and justify the content with space between and press update. And now our homepage ends with all these logos. So this is just excellent. If we click now on the categories, we are not going to the categories, so we need to change that. Scroll the way back up and then we go and press on edit page. For this, we can better switch back to our desktop view in here. And then we go into this one, the special sale, and we have the content. Change the link to /shop. And also on the special sale, go to content and change it to shop link. Beautiful. Then open up the right container, first row. Then we go to light blue and on layout, go all the way down. We have additional options. Click on it. Change the HTML tag to a link. Click on it. And then we need to find our categories. We go to products, categories. In here, we're going to take the MacBooks and just copy this link. Okay. Then we go back to the home page and place it in over here. You can also just use this one, /product category MacBooks. Then we go to the light green. We're going to do the same. In layout, we scroll all the way down, additional options, and we're going to add in a link. This one is called the game station, but it's going straight to the product. So we go to all products, and then we just go to the game station and copy this link and just put it in over here. You can also remove your website so that it comes like this, and that's also great. Also in the second row, we have the light brown one, which goes to the dump watches. So we go to layout, we scroll all the way down to additional options, change it to a link, and then we go over here back to categories, and now we have the dump watches, copy link, go back to our homepage, paste it in over there, and then just paste it in over here. And then we also have the light pink one, go to layout, scroll down to additional options, and add in a link. And let's go to earpods and just view, copy link, go back to our homepage, paste it in. I like to have clean links, so I'm gonna delete this. And then we just press update. Now you know exactly how to make your entire website responsive. It's just that easy, changing the things on mobile view. Go through all your pages and do that exactly. Then go to your checklist and click off, make it responsive. Well done, I'm very proud of you. Now phase 3 starts, which is very important. I have made dedicated tutorials about all these subjects, but make sure to do this one right now to secure your WordPress website. This is the free version. There's also a premium version inside of the checklist.